okay to go?
Very well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, the witness has been sworn, gentlemen. Mr. Doherty, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, Ms. Kurasova. Could I ask you to look at bundle C, which is the witness statement bundle? And once you have that, if I can ask you to go to page 32 first of all.
I am there.
So there you should have a document that says first witness statement of Kinga Kurasova. And if you go then to page page 39.
Yes, I am there.
You should see a statement of truth with a signature underneath it.
Yes.
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
I confirm.
And could I now ask you to go forward to page 111 of the same bundle?
Yes, I am there.
So this is the second statement.
Yes.
Kurasova, and if you then go to page 118,
I am there.
you should find another signature there under a statement of truth. And could you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes, I confirm.
Can you confirm that the contents of those witness statements are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I confirm.
Your Honour, I had one or two questions arising first from an observation I think you made in opening yesterday with the point of clarification, and then a couple of questions arising from the document provided this morning by Mr. Duckworth, if I had Your Honour's leave to ask those.
Well, the first one, yes, but why are you anticipating the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honour, given that indication, I'm happy to deal with the issues in re-examination, if that's a preference. In which case, Ms. Kurasova, sorry, bear with me. Can I ask you to look at paragraph 14 of your first witness statement?
Yes, I have it.
There what you say is, once the email had been sent, you would fax a copy of the payment instruction and the supporting documents to UBI. I do this for most transactions. This is really a point of clarification. Where we have a transaction that is sent by email and by fax, can you clarify whether the supporting documents for those transactions would be sent by fax or by email, or both?
Both.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Duckworth.
Thank you. Ms. Gorcheva, can I just be sure that I'm pronouncing your name correctly? I'm not sure that I am. Can you say it again for me, please?
Kurasova.
Kurasova. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I just talk to you a little bit, before we look at your witness statements, about your recollection of well, your experience of working for Mr. Agarwal? We know that a number of payment requests were sent to the UBI bank, and probably were there other banks as well that you dealt with?
Yes.
How many banks has the business got, roughly?
5 to 6.
And did they all have their individual procedures, or was it more or less the same for all of them?
No, it's always different for every bank, and I would like to point out that most of the banks we use, they have online banking platform, which UBI did not have. Therefore, the payment process with UBI was slightly different from others.
The impression I get from your evidence is that there was a procedure whereby a draft email circulated within the company to start with before it was sent to the bank. Would I be right in saying that?
Yes.
And so you would send it to Mr. Zubareri and Mr. Agarwal to have a look at before he decided to send it to the bank.
No.
Can you describe how you did it?
The draft email did not come from me. That came from the sourcing or the operations department. I am handling sales in the company as well as accounts. So the draft email was coming from a different department. That's the payment request internally which we have received.
At that stage, when you received a draft payment request, you wouldn't expect to see it signed, would you?
No.
And what's your role in having received the draft from sourcing and operations? What part do you play?
I am not always copied into the first payment request sent internally from sourcing or operations to Mr. Agarwal. Sometimes I was copied, sometimes I was not. My role at the moment would be nothing. Mr. Agarwal receives the payment request internally. He reviews it. Either he instructs me, if I receive the same email copy, to make a printout from that same email copy, or if I do not receive, then he forwarding it to me, and then I make a printout of the attachments and the payment request for his signature.
And he signs it manually, does he?
That's correct.
So when the document is signed, it is then emailed first of all to the bank, and then later a fax is followed up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Presumably, in order to email the signed document to the court, you need to put it through a scanner, do you?
Yes, definitely.
If you put it through the fax machine at a later stage, you get a cover sheet printed out from the fax, don't you, or a copy printed from the fax, which has some details of the time it was sent and that kind of thing.
Not necessarily. Our printer has two options. Either we can print this out or we do not print this out. So our printer previously, before the incident happened, was selected on the option whereby we do not print out the confirmation of our faxes.
How long does the fax machine hold the documents so that you can print them out later?
The document itself, I am not sure, I'm not aware of. I know that the fax has a fax log which can print out the last 40 transactions. But this is just a fax log, so it's not gonna include the copy of the payment request or the invoice or the bill of lading. It will just give us a log, which is part of my witness statement, whereby you can see that on which day, to which number, how many pages we have faxed, and if it was successful or not.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. So the only person who would see the underlying documents if they were faxed, let's say to UBI Bank, would be the bank, wouldn't it?
Yes, we would have an original copy of the same only.
Yeah. And I think another point about fax machines is that they can't do color, can they? If you send a colored document through, for example, an invoice through the fax machine, what the bank receives is a black and white copy, isn't it?
I would think so, but I am not aware what kind of printer UBI has. Maybe nowadays there are printers which can give colored fax, but whenever we receive, it's not colored.
No. Did the bank write to you by fax or by email?
Sorry?
Did the bank write to your company, Aegis Resources? Did it write by fax or by email?
With regards to what?
Anything.
Sometimes we were receiving fax and mostly emails.
If you did receive a fax from the bank, it would have those details printed out at the top, wouldn't it, the time it was sent and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, with that, I think I'm happy now to look at your first statement, if I may.
Yes, please.
Page C34. Paragraph 9, if you can just
Yes.
read that to yourself.
Before Ms. Zuberi joined Aegis Resources, Aegis
Sorry, you
Resources
don't need
is...
to, beg your pardon, you don't need to read it out loud. I'm just asking you to read it quietly to yourself for a moment.
Okay. I know what is in here.
All right, so this is effectively what you've told us this morning, isn't it? The process whereby the email circulates in the company and then copied to you, if it's copied to you, which isn't always, and then finally Mr. Agarwal reviews the document and asks you to prepare the hard copy for him to sign.
Yes,
just as
exactly.
You Thank you. And paragraph 13.
Yes.
When he's happy with the payment instruction request and supporting documents, he would email these to UBI from his email account, copied to me.
Yes.
Paragraph 14, you say, once the email had been sent, I would then fax a copy of the payment request and supporting documents. I do this for most transactions.
Yes.
Do you accept that it wasn't essential to do that? That was, as it were, a confirmation rather than an instruction.
No, the fax was the instruction.
I suggest that no, that's not right. The email containing the signed request was the instruction to the bank, wasn't it? And the fax was just a confirmation.
No. Sometimes it happened that we have sent the email with the signed instruction attached, and we have received a call from UBI that where is the fax, and we have faxed it. So from this point, I think that the fax was the actual instruction upon which the bank was acting.
Well, it doesn't make sense, though, does it? Because the instruction on which the bank is acting is the payment instruction signed by Mr. Agarwal.
Yes, and the original was faxed and sent it.
Well, the original was emailed too, wasn't it?
Yeah, first emailed and then faxed.
But if the bank receives an email from Mr. Agarwal saying, please action this payment request and send us a SWIFT copy as soon as possible, the bank knows that it's got to act on that, doesn't it?
Yeah, the bank must know that there is a fax transaction coming or there is a payment request coming. I would say this was an indication from Mr. Agarwal that the payment is on the way and our team will be faxing it and then follow up with the call if we will read the next point of my witness statement.
Where do you say in this witness statement Mr. Agarwal told the bank that instruction was coming? Where do you see that?
No. I'm telling it to you that the email was an indication from Mr. Agarwal. So that means that he indicated the bank that there is a fax payment instruction coming. He didn't tell, he told it with the email itself, which he sent.
Have you changed your evidence as a result of speaking to Mr. Agarwal since you wrote this statement?
No.
Because you don't seem to say this in your witness statement.
It's the same what I'm saying now.
Let's just have a look at paragraph 13 again, shall we?
Yes, please.
When Mr. Agarwal was happy with the payment instruction request and supporting documents, he would email these to UBI from his email account, copied to me.
Yes.
Well, if he forgive me, just want to ask you the question. If he emails a payment instruction request to the bank and it's signed by him, then the bank would act on that, wouldn't it?
No, and here I also want to mention that there were some payment instructions which he would just mention in the body of the email that please make the TT payment, and the payment request was not yet signed because it was the same draft which we have received from the sourcing team. And then, because I was copied also in the email, as I mentioned here in point 13, which he sent to the bank, sometimes I would print it out from only there and make him sign and scan the fax the original, which was signed. So the bank cannot act on an unsigned payment request.
Ms. Kurashova, I accept what you say on that. Of course the bank couldn't act on an unsigned payment request. We're not suggesting that remotely. What I'm saying is that of all the papers we have in this case, I don't know, and Mr. Doherty may correct me, I don't know of a single example where Mr. Agarwal emails the bank saying, expect a payment request from me later, here is a draft of it. That didn't happen, did it?
No, he's usually saying, please make the payment request to TT and get us back with a copy of the SWIFT.
Exactly. Now, if he writes an email in that standard form, and it's accompanied by a signed instruction, then you would expect the bank to act on that, wouldn't you?
No, I would not, unless maybe the bank calls back to us and confirm that there is no fax coming or there is no call, or confirm that we are making some payment, because an email instruction all alone would not be something which we do on a daily basis, and with the full payment process I'm dealing with in my second witness statement.
I suggest you've changed your evidence since you wrote your first statement, because that's not what you say in that statement.
No, this is exactly what I'm saying, that he emailed the instruction and then I would fax a copy of the payment instruction request and then we would follow up with the phone call.
But let's look at paragraph 14 of your first witness statement again, page C35.
Yeah.
Once the email had been sent, I would then fax a copy of the payment instruction request and the supporting documents. So this is the second time the bank has received the same documents, isn't it?
Yes.
And you say, I do this for most transactions.
Yes.
Obviously, when you said earlier on that your witness statement was true, you meant what you said here. I do this for most transactions.
Yes.
If you do it for most transactions, you don't do it for all transactions, do you?
There were cases whereby the fax machine was not working.
You don't say that here. You say, I do this for most transactions, that is, send a fax.
Yes. So the clarification, this you will be finding in my second witness statement.
No, I suggest that what you meant here is simply this, that whereas you normally sent a fax to duplicate the email you had already sent, it wasn't an invariable practice.
No, it was a practice.
What does this sentence mean? I do this for most transactions.
That I do this for most transactions, that I do it for all the transactions unless there is something goes wrong with the fax machine.
Whose fax machine?
UBI.
So you would send the fax, but they wouldn't receive it, yes?
Yes.
Well, then if that's true, this sentence should have read, I do this for all transactions.
I think it's the same.
No, it's not the same, Ms. Kurashova, and I want you to think about this quite carefully, please, because you're giving evidence that you say is true.
Okay.
Once you'd sent the email request, you would then fax a copy of the payment instruction and supporting documents. I do this for most transactions.
Yes.
If there were some times when the bank didn't receive it because its machine was down,
Yes.
that still means that you send the fax, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
In which case, are you saying you sent the fax for all transactions or only for most transactions?
We have sent the fax for all the transactions.
Why didn't you say that then?
Because I was bearing in mind that I know that some of the transactions did not go through because of the fax machine was not working.
I'm going to ask you this one last time. Let me read this back to you and you think about it very carefully, please. Paragraph 14. Once the email had been sent, I would then fax a copy of the payment instruction request and the supporting documents to UBI. I
Yes.
do this for most transactions.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, we have faxed the payment instruction together with the supporting documents to UBI for most of these transactions, unless there is something wrong with the fax machine of the UBI.
Not what you say, is it?
I have just added to clarify why I'm saying most and not all.
Paragraph 15. Originally, Aegis Resources would also send hard copies of all the documents to UBI on a weekly basis. I was responsible for arranging to send these by courier, or I would take them in person. But you say in paragraph 16, or paragraph 17 rather, that once Mr. Jitender took over as CEO in late 2017, UBI relaxed its practices and didn't require the original email to come from Mr. Agarwal's email, and I think you say also that the practice of sending original documents lapsed after a while, after he came into the office. Is that right?
No, I am saying that it's relaxed because before Mr. Jitender joined, we were receiving more frequent requests from UBI to submit the original documents to them. So whenever I went to the bank, I have submitted the original, or if that week I did not go, then we usually couriered it on a weekly basis, every Friday or every second Friday. Now, after Mr. Jitender joined, we were not receiving these requests no more from UBI, so more documents piled up in our office, and we have submitted them only when I visited the branch.
By then, of course, all of the transactions would have taken place, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the original documents is not affecting the payment.
When you say original documents, do you mean original documents or photocopies?
No, the original documents which I have printed out when I give it to Mr. Agarwal to sign before I faxed.
I see. So the original signed payment request would be taken by you over to the bank from time to time?
Together with the supporting documents.
Right. But as you say, that wasn't requested after Mr. Jitender joined, but you did it sometimes.
I said it's relaxed because we were not receiving the requests, so we have not couriered them. We were waiting for them to come more of these transactions in our office. So when it was like a bunch of documents, then when I visited the bank, I took it with me and I handed it over to them.
Can I look at paragraph 16 of this statement? Once
Yes.
the documents had been sent by email and fax, I would then telephone UBI to confirm that the payment instructions had been received and to ask UBI to send a copy of the SWIFT details.
Yes.
And your contact was Mr. Sangeet.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Sangeet has made a witness statement saying that that wasn't the invariable practice. Sometimes you've called him, but not always. What do you say to that?
I am saying that it was a practice for us to follow up for all the payment requests, just because imagine you are just sending an email or you are just sending a fax. These are all electronic. We wanted to make sure, and we wanted to have, he was our contact in the bank. So of course we will be in touch with the person, especially if we are transferring large amounts, you know. So all our transactions, as you can see, are about $100,000, which is not a small amount. Of course, I would pick up the phone and call Mr. Sangeet or his boss, Mr. Puneet, or if both of them are not available, anyone else in the bank to confirm that they have received our request and the same will be processed.
Well, I challenge what you're saying about that. I'm putting it to you that you sometimes telephone, but not always.
No. Sometimes, of course, they did not pick up the phone, so they called me back. Or they have WhatsApped me back, Mr. Sangeet WhatsApped me back that, yes, we have received your payment request and we are processing. In that case, for example, there was no phone request from me. Because if he is not picking up my call, then there is no record of that, but he WhatsApped back.
So in that case, there'd be no phone call, just a WhatsApp message, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 18 again.
Yes.
You mentioned 3 people involved in the payment process, Ms. Zuberi, yourself, and Mr. Agarwal.
Yes.
And you recall that as being the same for most of the transactions that you can remember.
Yes.
So if the bank received an email from all 3 of you, or from one of you with the other copied in, and that email enclosed a signed payment request, the bank would know that it had been approved by all of you, wouldn't it? And would be wanting to act on that payment request.
No.
Well, which part are you saying no to? Perhaps it's a complicated question. If all 3 of you have approved the payment request, the bank is likely to carry it out, isn't it?
No, but for the bank...
Yeah, there is a problem with that question. It depends on the bank's knowledge, does it not? Of which she cannot speak.
Yes, I suppose I'm really asking the witness about her expectation, Your Honour, rather than the absolute fact that the bank would act on that. Let me put it a different way, if I may.
Well, no. Well, if you're going to put it in terms of her expectation, you better tell me why that's relevant.
It's relevant in my submission because we're talking here about an established pattern and what each party contributes to that and what their expectations are is relevant to the overall picture that the bank has.
No, I'm interested in what people did.
Very well, I'll move on. Paragraph 19 speaks of the Dun & Bradstreet reports, Ms. Khrushcheva.
Yes, correct.
And would you say that after Mr. Agarwal took over, the practice of asking for Dun & Bradstreet reports was relaxed?
I don't understand your question.
Before Mr. Jiten joined the bank, it may be that Dun & Bradstreet reports were often asked for, but later on that practice was relaxed, wasn't it? And they weren't always asked for.
Well, I have been sometimes asked for this DNB report, the Dun & Bradstreet, because this Dun & Bradstreet report is not relevant to our customer. So I am on the sales side, as I already mentioned. I am dealing with my customer, and UBI will not ask a DNB report of my customer. They are asking for the suppliers. Now, they have made me mentions about it. Whenever I have been in the bank, they have sent me emails about this Dun & Bradstreet report, which I have always forwarded or indicated to Mr. Agarwal that they need to provide. but this was really not me to provide to the bank, or I have never dealt with I have never provided a Dun & Bradstreet report by myself to UBI.
I think
As
I understand
they know.
what you're saying, Ms. Khrushcheva, because your dealings were with JSW Steel, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Well, I'd be grateful if you could just help us on one point, though. Do you have access to Bundle E?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Which number, please?
Just one moment. Could you go to page 303?
Yes.
This is going back to June 2018, but I think it's still within the sort of area we're speaking about. It's an email from you to Prosenjit Shi at the bank, and you say, "Dear Priyanka, thank you for the email. Please note we will provide the D&B report in due course."
Yes.
And that was in response to Priyanka's email below, the foot of the page, who said, "Dear ma'am, we're making the payment today. Kindly arrange and send us the D&B report ASAP."
Yes, that's correct.
So I appreciate this wasn't your formal role because you were on sales, but
yes,
effectively what you're saying to Priyanka is that go ahead and make the payment and we will send it later.
that we are making the payment. I am saying thank you for the email. Please note we will provide the DMB report in due course.
Yeah, but you don't
So
say.
I'm not saying go ahead and make the payment. She is saying that. I'm saying that we will provide the DMB report in due course. This is the instruction which I have received from Mr. Agarwal to reply to her.
So on receipt of the email from Priyanka, you say to Mr. Agarwal, look, they're going to make this payment today. Do I need to send in the D&B report before that happens? He says, no, you don't have to worry about that. That can happen later.
No.
Yes?
If I would receive an email like this from Priyanka, I would go ahead and I would tell Mr. Agarwal that Mr. Agarwal, we have received a request from UBI to provide the DMB report of, at this case, Silachai. And for this, whatever reply I get from Mr. Agarwal, I would just communicate it into the bank, which means in this case, Mr. Agarwal told me that we will provide it in due course.
Yeah. So it's evident from that, isn't it, that Mr. Agarwal didn't regard the D&B report as necessary before the bank carried out its payment.
No, I think that's what it means, that it's necessary. That's why the bank is asking for it.
No, you perhaps didn't understand my question. It's not necessary before the bank makes its payment.
The bank will make the payment without the DMB report.
Exactly.
Basis that we are saying that we will provide it.
Coming back to your statement, please, at page 36.
Page?
C36.
Yes.
I'm looking at paragraph 20 now. You're giving some hearsay evidence here, aren't you? I'm not criticizing you in any way, but essentially you're telling the court what Miss Zuberi told you about the phone call that she received just before the Eid holiday?
She did not receive the call. She made the call on my instruction.
And she tells you that she made the call at 11:48 on the 30th of May, 2019.
Yes.
You then say, having checked the email records, it appears as though UBI had received the email relating to the payment to Rito Private Limited for 826,000 by this point. In other words, by 11:48 on the 30th of May.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Can we go back to the e-bundle, please, to page 627? 627.
Yes, I have it.
This is an email from, or appears to be an email from Mr. Agarwal to the bank. And what time was it sent, Ms. Perez-Cherpa?
12:17 p.m. on the May 30th.
So that's after Ms. Zuberi's phone call, isn't it?
That's correct. If you see the other reference which I'm referring to in my witness statement, that is page E625, which is showing a different date, which is exactly 1.5 hours earlier, on to Tuesday, 10 o'clock and 47 minutes.
Yes, but Mr. Agarwal tells us in his witness statements that the fraudster created a fake email chain going back in time. And that was partly the sophistication of the fraud attempt.
Going back in time?
Yes, yes.
What do you mean by this?
Well, he created what looked like earlier emails from the company to the bank. That's what Mr. Agarwal tells us.
I don't think Mr. Agarwal tells this. How he can go back in time?
Well, it's quite easy. Just as you forge anything else, you forge an email that looks as though it was sent earlier in the day. You with me?
But these are real emails received. These are real emails sent. I don't think my view, and why I am referring to this in my witness statement, because the call was made on the 30th of May at 11:48. Now, if you see page 625, basis this, UBI already received this email. If you see page 627, UBI received the email later. So I don't know if UBI was on a UAE time or on an India time, which is 1.5 hours ahead of us. Because if you can see, it's from Sangeet UBI DIFC computer.
Yes. Do you see on page 627?
Yeah.
The email has a warning message on it. Caution, this email originated from outside the bank. Do not click links or open attachments. Do you see that warning message?
Yes, 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 yes.
Is that warning message present on page E625?
No, that is not there.
So assuming the bank's computer applies this warning message to incoming email, it doesn't look as though E625 was received on the bank's computer, does it?
No, we have not received these emails. Of course, UBI received it, because in 625 you can also see 2 operations DIFC Dubai, head operations DIFC Dubai. What I am trying to say is that UBI, after the incident happened, they have forwarded us the emails. So maybe when we have printed out from our computer, it was showing UAE time, 10:47 a.m., the real time, and then UBI was on an Indian time, and it was showing 12:17 p.m. So this is not clear for me. And that's why I refer to in my witness statement that basis this email, which we have printed out from our computer, which have been forwarded to us by the bank, the time is 10:47 and we are running Dubai time. And of course, the caution message will not be there if he is forwarding to me this email already from his computer.
Well, we'll have to see what Mr. Sangeet says about that.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Can I go back to your witness statement we were looking at?
Yes, please.
To Can I ask you to go to page 73, please?
Yes. Which page again, please?
Just one moment, please. No, I'm going to leave that question. I'd like to move on to your second statement at page 111, please.
Yes. I have it in front of me.
Thank you very much. Paragraph 7, please.
Yes.
On reading UBI's witness evidence, I was surprised to read that it considers the payment process to have consisted simply of its email receipt of the payment request form and supporting documentation.
Yes.
This is where I suggest you've changed your evidence in your second statement after speaking to Mr. Agarwal, because your initial evidence was that he approved the payment request, signed it, and you then emailed it to the bank, and later on a fax copy of it was sent to the bank.
No, I have not emailed it to the bank.
Well,
He emailed it to the bank.
He
Mr.
emailed.
Agarwal.
Very well. I'm happy to accept that change. But here you say that that wasn't the payment request. The payment request consisted of email plus fax. Without the fax, there was no payment request. Is that your evidence?
Exactly. That's what we are discussing in my first witness statement, which we went through already, points 13 and 14. Even in the first witness statement I was mentioning, once the email had been sent, I would then fax a copy of the payment request instruction. This is C35 of my first witness statement, which we just discussed. Then where is the change? I don't understand your question. Why would I change my witness statement? I'm saying there that I have faxed. I am saying here that I have faxed.
Well, let's look at the words you actually use. Paragraph 9, UBI's portrayal of the payment process paints an inaccurate and incomplete picture of the actual full payment request process. The reality was that we did follow up the payment requests with a fax confirmation and or a telephone call. So you call the payment request the email, don't you?
Sorry?
There you call the payment request the signed document sent by Mr. Agarwal by email. The reality was that we did follow up the payment requests.
I called it payment instruction request in both the times.
And either the fax is an instruction or it is a confirmation of a previous instruction. Which is it?
It's an instruction.
Why don't you say so?
It's confirming the payment instruction. It's the same.
Well, perhaps we're arguing over words here. I don't know. Maybe it's a difficulty of language. But
yes,
the way I read it is the fax confirmation is to confirm something that's already been given to the bank as an instruction.
Because we have already indicated the email. This is what we have discussed earlier.
Not indicated, actually instructed the bank.
We have sent, yes, we have sent the email instruction. Now we are sending the fax instruction. and then we are following up with a call. As simple as this. And this was for the transactions, and this was the regular, common regular practice since we started. And that's why whenever I have read the witness statement of the defendant, I was very surprised, and only that is the reason why I have prepared this second witness statement. Because I wanted to show the court that this is not how it happened, that we only sent an email. That's not true.
I'm not suggesting you only sent an email, Ms. Zurachova. Perhaps I'm confusing you. I don't know. I didn't suggest that no faxes were sent, or that they weren't normally sent. What I said is that the payment instruction was the signed document that Mr. Agarwal emailed to the bank. That was the payment instruction, wasn't it?
Excuse me? No, the payment instruction was the email followed by the fax.
All right, let's look at paragraph 10 of your statement.
Yes.
I set out in my first statement how, once a payment instruction request had been emailed to the bank, I would usually follow this up with a faxed copy of the same together with supporting documents.
Yes. Again, I'm referring usually because there were a couple of transactions whereby the fax machine was not working. And I'm not going to say all if the fax machine was not working.
Well, but you've already told us it was the bank's fax machine that wasn't working.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Well, then it doesn't make sense, does it? Because you would invariably follow it up with a faxed copy, regardless of whether the bank's machine is working or not.
Yeah, but they have not received it.
Not what you're saying here, is it? You say, I would usually follow this up with a faxed copy. There must be some times, mustn't there, Miss Zurachova, on your Kurutsova, on your own evidence, when you didn't follow up an email with a fax.
Well, that is the reason why I have prepared my second witness statement, and I have attached the sheet to my witness statement, whereby I have wanted to prove that we have faxed all the time.
So were you mistaken in your first witness statement when you used the word normally or usually?
No, in my first witness statement I have used the word most, and I am using usually in my second witness statement.
Ms. Khrushcheva, we're talking about the actual English language here. Do you understand what I mean when I say, when you say you usually follow this up, it doesn't mean you always follow it up. Do you understand?
Yes, yes, I understand your questions. As I said usually because there were transactions which did not go through and they have not received it. So if they have not received it, I am not taking it as a faxed. It's a faxed error transaction. Even if I have sent the fax, they have not received it. That's what I meant to say.
So what this sentence should read is, I always follow up with the faxed copy, but it isn't always received by the bank. Yes?
That's correct.
And that's your evidence. That's the evidence you want the court to believe, is it, today?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to showcase with my statement.
Thank you. Can we look at paragraph 19, please?
Yes.
You're talking here about your spreadsheet, and I will come to look at your spreadsheet in just a moment. But before I do that, I just want to pick up on something you say here. In paragraph 19, column 1 of the spreadsheet, you say,
it's column I. Sorry to correct you, it's column I.
I beg your pardon. Column I represents a record of the emails sent requesting payment processing. And I have searched our sales accounts, administrative and email boxes, and where we do not have a copy of email, these transactions are indicated in yellow on the spreadsheet. For the transactions where we do not have a copy of the email requesting payment, this is either because we have not saved a copy, or, as is much more likely, because the payment request was processed by fax only.
Yes.
Here, Server, you're having to speculate, aren't you, because you don't have the documents.
What documents I do not have?
You don't have the email requesting payment, so you're having to speculate why it's not there, aren't you?
Well, it's not there because we did not send it.
No, that's not what you're saying, is it? You're saying
Or
it's
we do
because
not have a record of it.
that's more like it, yes.
Yes.
Either because we have not saved a copy, or perhaps because you just didn't find it. Would that be another explanation?
I don't think so. I went through all of our mailboxes, but the reason why I'm not saying that it's because we did not send it, and maybe because we do not have a record of it, that's the reason why.
So you've made a very thorough search, have you, on all the computers at Aegis Resources to make sure that there isn't another email somewhere that you've missed?
Yes, correct.
But what you say in the last few words, as is much more likely, because the payment request was processed by fax only, that's completely
Yes.
wrong, isn't it? There were never any payment requests processed by fax alone.
There were.
I put it to you again, there were never any payment requests processed by fax alone. What do you say about that?
What do you mean fax alone? Fax and call also?
No email, fax alone.
We could not find it, even if there was an email, we could not find a record of it, but most likely there was no email and there was only a fax. This happened.
Put it again, Mr. Duckworth, but allow for the question of a phone call also in your question.
Yes.
I think that became a little confused.
Oh, very well. Here, Ms. Krutsova, I'm not talking about whether there were phone calls or not. I'm just focusing on the question whether the instruction, the payment instruction, was sent by email or fax or both. All right?
Yes, correct.
You've made a search for all of the emails, and you've very helpfully, it's a very helpful schedule, given us a list of all of the occasions when emails were sent and faxes were sent.
Yes.
And what we will see in a moment when I look at it is that there's some gaps in the email column. You haven't been able to find any emails for those transactions.
Yes.
And you then speculate at the end of this paragraph that one reason for that is that the payment request was made by fax only.
Yes.
But I'm putting it to you that payment requests were never made by fax only. They were made by email and confirmed by fax. Isn't that right?
No, because I could not find the emails. So how can I say that there was an email? That's why I'm saying that either there was an email or there was no email. We could not find a record of it, and that's why it was only fax.
Well, you're the person who knows the payment process. That's why you've told us in so much detail about it. And
yes.
You know whether payment requests in the pro forma signed by Mr. Agarwal were emailed to the bank or faxed to the bank. And what you've told us is they were emailed to the bank, and then a copy was sent in confirmation. But here you say that most likely a payment request was processed by fax only. And I'm putting that did not happen.
No, what I said that first we have sent the email and then the bank received the fax and they were acting on the fax instruction. That's what I said previously also. And that's why I'm saying is, and I can showcase, whereby there are transactions where we did not have an email copy and the transaction was processed by a fax.
Well, there I suggest you are simply speculating because you don't know that the payment request was processed by fax. All you know is that you can't find the email. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but I don't, and it's most likely that we did not send an email.
I suggest that's most unlikely, contrary to your evidence. That you are just making the evidence better for this court today. You're thinking about it after the event, aren't you?
No.
All right. I'm going to look at your schedule now, if I may. This, I
Yes,
think, is
please.
found in
You can find it in bundle Edge 102 to 104.
That's extremely helpful. Thank you very much. Forgive me, Your Honour, I'm just having difficulty opening this document.
We are looking for the spreadsheet, Mr. Duckworth.
Yes, I am, and I'm having some difficulty opening it, but I won't be long. Right. Yes, thank you. I have it now. Ms. Bridge-Server, the column that I think we are looking at is column I, isn't it, as you rightly said? This tells us whether you've been able to find an email or not relating to a transaction.
Correct.
Can I begin by looking at the fourth item down in the list, Steven Rock, dated 16th of May 2019?
Yes.
What? Can you tell us what the payment was, please, on this occasion?
This was a payment to our supplier
Of how much?
of $2 million.
And the comments section is highlighted, which means you haven't been able to find an email relating to this.
Correct.
Although you have been able to find a fax or a record of a fax being sent.
Correct.
On the printout. Let me ask you this, Ms. Bridge-Server. It's for an amount of this size, it's really inconceivable, isn't it, that Aegis Resources sent a request to the bank that was not sent by email?
Well, as you can see, before this, it's 16th of May already. There have been transactions whereby there were no emails. Exactly from the 10th of April, the emails were not consistent.
I'm going to come on to those earlier transactions in a minute, but I just want you to think about this one on the 16th of May, $2 million. And I put the question to you again. It's inconceivable, isn't it, that Aegis would send this payment request to the bank without an email?
No. This point of time, Ms. Zuberi, she was handling the payment process on her own, and I was supervising her. And she pointed out to me in 2019 that even if the fax goes, they will accept. That's the main payment request, the fax itself. So I think she stopped sending, the emails were stopped to be sent to UBI by this point.
I just want to take a careful note of your evidence, make sure I've got this absolutely right. At this time,
Yes.
you were supervising Ms. Zuberi, who was handling the payment process. That's what you told us. She was handling
Yes,
the payment
the
process
statement also.
on her own. That's, I think those are the words you used, yes?
Yeah, I was supervising her.
And she said You said she was handling the payment process on her own, yes, but you were supervising her.
With my supervision.
All right. And she said to you, even if the fax goes, they will act on it.
Yes.
You mean that she started a practice of sending faxes alone? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
And you approved of that as her supervisor?
Yes, I did. For me, the main point was that she faxed.
Let me just be clear about this. When you send a fax, you can't copy other people into it, can you?
No.
So nobody would know about this except Mr. Agarwal, who'd signed the document, Miss Zuberi, who'd faxed it to the bank, you, if you'd happened to supervise her on that day, and the bank when it received the fax. No one else in the company would know about it, would they?
No, because she was in one office with me only, so I would have seen whenever she's printing the instruction out for Mr. Agarwal's signature. I would have seen when she's faxing it. I would be there when she's calling Mr. Sangeet for the confirmation. And no one else in our company is involved with account-related matters.
Let's just think about this a bit further. You said that since the 10th of April, the practice of sending emails seems to have reduced.
Yes.
Or changed. Well, in fact, before I leave Steven Rock, I'd just like you to look at page 525, please, of Bundle E.
5225.
525, yes.
525, okay. Yes.
This is not the 16th of May payment of $2 million that I've been asking you about. That's an earlier payment request sent on the 13th of March. Do you see that date?
525, you said?
525.
Because I see a bill of lading here.
E525.
E525. Okay, 1 second. Yes, I can see it now. It's an email.
And it's dated the 13th of March, 10:14 a.m. Sent to Head of Operations at DIFC Dubai, Jitendra Maniram, Prosenjit C, all of the usual people, from Aegis Resources, and I'm not sure whether you're copied into this document. Yes, you are, because it says accounts at Aegis Overseas. 3 attachments. ARD payout. Is that the pro forma payment request, or is it something different?
Yes.
Okay, and then a couple of other documents that are attached. Dear sir, please make TT payments against TR and revert with SWIFT. That's a standard letter. And then we have at the next page the signed payment request, do we not, of the 13th of March.
Yes.
So we can see very clearly that when Steven Rock was being dealt with in March, shortly before the time that you're speaking of, there was a full email sent to everybody in sight with all the attachments and a signed payment request. Yes?
This signed payment request is, I believe, from UBI's record, the 526. As I can see in the email, there is a Word file. A Word file cannot be signed.
All right. Well,
That means that's what I was talking about earlier, that sometimes Mr. Agarwal sent from his email ID, copied us, copied me, copied accounts, asked the bank to make the payment request, but the payment request form was in a Word format and it was not signed by him, because if it would have been signed by him, it would have been a PDF document.
Well, as I understand it, you've already given evidence to the court that the payment requests were scanned into the computer for the purposes of emailing them, yes?
No, previously I have mentioned, when we started to talk about this, that sometimes Mr. Agarwal forwarded to the bank which was not signed, the payment request. And from there we would print it out and get it for his signature for the fax. And this is a very good example of the same, whereby Mr. Agarwal sent the payment request to the bank, where the payment request instruction was not signed.
Well,
and then we printed it out.
I'm sorry, but page 526 is very clearly signed, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's not a fax document, is it? There's no indication this is a fax document.
It does not show on the top that it is a fax.
Well, it may be one of the two PDFs that's attached to the email, may it not?
Those are saying bill of PDF. One is the invoice and one is the bill of lading, the two supporting documents. It cannot be the invoice. Wherever it says Steven #0094, that is the invoice, and the other attachment is the bill of lading.
Yes. So
that, bear in mind also what can happen is that we fax, and then maybe that day I went to the bank and I also handed over to them the original which was signed by Mr. Agarwal.
but regardless,
That was great.
Regardless
but
of whether
it doesn't matter because we have faxed the same. We have the proof. This is the 19th of March. So if we see it on my spreadsheet,
you yourself say on the spreadsheet that it was emailed
yes,
admin to UBI.
Yes, from you. We have just seen the example of the email.
Yes, yes.
5 to 5.
Well, I asked you a very simple question. Was this emailed to the bank? And you said, no, this comes from the bank records. Well, it doesn't matter whether it comes from the bank records or not. The fact is, your spreadsheet tells us that this payment request was emailed to the bank
Yes.
on the 19th of March, as we can see. And it was a payment request.
It was the 13th of March, I'm sorry.
13th of March, yes, thank you.
And the payment has been effected on the 19th of March, as per the bank statement of the bank. So the bank did not do anything up until the 19th of March with this payment.
Maybe. But that was a payment for, what do we have? $433,259.
Correct.
So what I'm saying to you is that we can see here an example of the ordinary process of the payment request being sent to the bank, albeit it may take a few days for it to process. And I'm saying that in the light of that example, which was to Steven Rock, it's inconceivable that another request 2 months later for a much larger sum of $2 million was not set up by email.
I don't think so. At the point which I'm trying to make, why is because even in the email of the 433,000, you see that the payment request in the email is a doc file which was not signed by Mr. Agarwal, and an unsigned payment request cannot be processed by the bank.
No. Let's go back to your schedule, if we may, and look at line 3, Nordic Shipping.
Yes.
20th of May, $230,940.
Yes.
You say in your schedule there's no email about this, it was only faxed.
Yes.
However, let's go back to the e-bundle and turn to page 592.
592. Sorry, I need to change the bundle. Yes, this is an email from Sangeet to me.
Yes. And it attaches, doesn't it, the SWIFT payment instruction.
Subject SWIFT and SOA. That means statement of accounts. 2 attachments are there.
And we can't be absolutely sure about this because it doesn't reference who the payee was. But we see that it was the 20th of May, which is when you say there were no emails.
This was on the 21st of May. Sangeet sent me the SWIFT copy for this payment.
Yeah, but the SWIFT copy itself was dated the 20th of May, wasn't it?
Yes, so he effected the payment basis the facts.
Very unlikely, I suggest, that he effected the payment just by fax. It would have been a previous email, wouldn't it? And this is the email references.
There is no previous email as I can see. This is him sending the email directly to me.
All right, let's go back to your schedule. Maybe look at number 11, please. The 10th of April, 2019. K-Line, India, when you say there's no email, $450,000.
Yes.
In the e-bundle, could you please turn to page 544?
Yes, please. I see it. It's the same payout K-line.
And you're copied into this email.
Yes. It's going to Mr. Girish Agarwal and I am copied into this email.
And we can see that below that is a reference to an email from Aegis Resources, Girish Agarwal, sent Wednesday, the April 3rd, to UBI.
For a different vessel.
I suggest that it's most unlikely that head of operations.
That was the thing. Yeah.
My question. That
Yes, please.
it's unlikely that the head of operations at DIFC Dubai would be emailing you in relation to a fact. It's more likely to have been a previous email, isn't it?
Yes. What is the question, please?
That this email from the bank to you
Yeah.
was preceded by other emails from you or Mr. Agarwal to the bank.
Yes, you can clearly see it on the bottom of the page that first on the 3rd, Mr. Girish Agarwal sent a payout request for the freight of NV Rainbow N, which we have sent on the 3rd. As per my sheet, you can see just below the one which you have pointed out. So the K line would be on the 10th and the Oldendorf would be on the 3rd. And that payment request went from Mr. Agarwal on the 3rd of April for Oldendorf NB Rainbow N. And Mr. Sangeet replied to this email with a different subject which he changed, payout K-line USD 456,795.73. No subject to the payment request which we have sent earlier, for which we also show that we have sent an email.
I want to look at some of the earlier transactions and where you say there was no email, just to check if that's right or not.
Yes, please.
I'm going to start with the earliest date first, if I may. It is, I think I'm going to go back to line 125 of your spreadsheet?
Avani Resources Pte.
Yes. This is that very large payment of nearly $10 million.
Yes, it's a completely different type of payment.
Yes. You say that original inward documents were received by the bank, and
Correct.
so there was neither. Have I got this right? Let me just see. 125. Yes. Again, I'm going to just cross-reference you to the e-bundle, to page 328, please.
Yes, I do have it.
On 23rd of July 2018, Manish Kumar at the Union Bank emails you with a request for the D&B of Avani Resources.
Yes, that's correct.
Was that not in response to previous emails from you?
As you can see, he put this email to me directly.
Yes. Question is, was that not in response to previous emails from you or Mr. Agarwal?
No.
I'm going to turn now to the first page we were looking at again, which is onto line 17, please.
Majan Mining.
Yes.
Yes, please.
453,750.
Yes.
You say there's no email here, but original inward documents received by the bank.
Yes.
Very well. And then let's look on at number 16, Devon Rock.
Yes.
433,000. That's covered by email, although, yeah, that's right. Can I look at the 27th of May? I think it's on your schedule number 1, it's 28th of May.
Yes, correct.
Ah, yes, you say that was covered by an email. Very well.
Yes, but not coming from the authorized email ID, I may add. And there was no fax.
What should we conclude from the fact that there was no fax on this case?
I have mentioned here fax error. That means that the fax machine was giving an error because UBI's fax machine in this particular case was not working.
Yes. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Yes, Mr. Doherty, any re-examination?
Yes, Sean, I have a few questions. Ms. Kurtova, could I ask you first of all to look at your table at H102?
Yes.
And in some of the rows in column I, we see reference to original inward documents received by the bank. Perhaps you could just help the court with an explanation of what you meant by that?
Yes, I would like to point out that in these cases the payment process was different because the original documents from the supplier, including the invoice and the bill of lading, came directly to the bank. Therefore, the bank made the payment on basis of the original documents which were held by them.
Yes, thank you. And looking at the same table again, we have in column J reference to documents, and you say they're faxed. Keeping that in mind, can I ask you to look at page E1497?
Excuse me. Yes.
So this is a document that says communication MGT reports, and as we look down it, we can see a number that's repeated, 04388730, that's highlighted in yellow. Could you explain to us what this document is, what it shows?
This is the document which I am referring to in my witness statement. This is the fax log which have been printed out from our fax machine, which will show the last 40 transactions from the date of printing.
And that number, 04388730, what's that?
That is UBI's fax number.
Okay, and can I ask you, I hope it's in the same bundle and I'm not going to have to make you do some more work, but page E1629?
E1629, yes. E1629, this is a due bill.
Yeah, so yes, it looks like a good bill, and we can see, so this is from 18th of May onwards. We see that same number, 043887300. Could you explain to us what this document is?
That's correct. So whereby I could not find a log in our fax log or a proof that the documents have been faxed, I went and I have searched for our due bills, which will show also the non-voice fax records. And you can find also logs wherever we have faxed documents to UBI in the due bills.
Okay, and so coming back to your spreadsheet and how you put that together, when we see an entry in column J that says fact, what was that based on?
That was based on either of the fax log which I have showed, which we have just seen, or the due bills.
Okay, thank you. Next question is about some questions you were asked about the requests that were made by the bank for D&B reports. And in that you were taken to a document, which is a bundle E303. If I could ask you to look at that.
(303)
Yes.
Yes, I have it.
So at the bottom of that page, we've got an email from Priyanka Sujesh, and it's the 20th of June 2018, and it says, "We are making the payment today. Kindly arrange to send us the D&B report ASAP."
Yes.
Are you able to assist us with whether or not you know if this email was sent before or after the transaction had been processed?
For that, I would need to check the SWIFT copy of the payment made. at June 28, 2019. I suppose this.
I mean, perhaps if we look at what Miss Priyanka is telling us in her email, she says we are making
the payment.
So what would you have taken her to have meant by that?
I would take in that she's confirming that she's proceeding with the payment now.
Okay.
And the payment is under process already.
Okay. And during his evidence yesterday, Mr. Agarwal referred to the fact that sometimes requests for D&B reports would be made by the bank, and they would expect an undertaking to be given by Aegis that one would be provided. I just wonder if you're able to assist us with what you mean in your email in response, saying, please note we will provide the D&B report in due course.
That's what this means, that he will provide in due course. It's an undertaking from him, or him saying that we will provide the D&B report.
Okay, thank you. Back to your table, page 102, there are another series of questions where it was suggested to you, you say in your witness statement that in the first page, in page 102, where we have in column I, blank spaces for emails outlined in yellow, what your evidence was is that you have performed a thorough search for those documents, and you consider that the reason they're not there is most likely because the emails didn't exist, and that those transactions would have been sent by fax only.
Correct.
Presumably, if emails had been sent where you've left it blank, those would have been emails sent to UBI email address, would they?
To UBI?
Yeah, so if an email had been sent in column I, it would have been an email from Aegis to UBI, would it?
Yes.
Would UBI have had their own copies of those emails?
So that's a leading question, Your Honour. It's a matter for a learned friend to put to the UBI's witnesses.
Yeah, for that and for other reasons, no, rejected.
Have you seen any copies of emails on those dates you've left blank during the course of these proceedings?
No.
Can I ask you to go to E526?
Yes.
So this is a document that you refer to towards the end of your questions, and if you look at the page before, we can also see an email at 525, where during your evidence you had referred to the fact that there was a payment request that was a Word document, and the evidence you gave is that because it was a Word document, it couldn't have been a signed version of the payment request. But looking back to page 526, which is the payment request, which we can see is signed.
Yes.
Can you see at the top of the page there's some handwriting in blue ink?
Yes, that's UBI.
And can you see in the middle of the page we've got green highlighter?
I have no color in mine, but I see Stephen Rock LCC highlighted.
Yeah, and if we look at the left of the page, it might be quite faint, but can you see that there are what appear to be the outlines of hole punches on the left-hand side?
Yes.
In your view, would those appear in a Word document?
Sorry?
Would those features appear in a Word document?
No.
And if we go back to your table again at H102,
Yes.
if we look at row 16,
Yes.
we have reference to this transaction. And can you confirm what mechanism was used to issue this instruction to the bank?
As we can see on page 525, Mr. Agarwal sent the email. After that, we have sent the fax.
And what about the original documents?
As I can see, the original documents will be provided to the bank.
Thank you. And final document I want you to look at is 543, which is another document you were talking to. Which is an email in relation to an instruction with Oldendorf.
Yes.
Do you have that?
Yes.
At the bottom of the page, we can see reference to 4 attachments.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And we see one which appears to be a Word document that says ARD, payout, freight, Vinayak, Oldendorf. What would that document be?
Payment instruction request.
And would that sort of document have been signed?
No.
And just for clarity, can you explain to us what the other attachments would have been?
It's a freight invoice and the two bill of ladings for 2 separate cargoes.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, is there any reason why Ms. Kurzov should not be excused as a witness?
No, I don't think so, Your Honour.
Not from my perspective, Your Honour.
Yes. Thank you very much for your assistance. You are excused. All right, gentlemen. Well, I think it's probably 15-minute break time, and then to Mr. Jitender. Does that seem where we're going?
Yes, Ron, I should say that Mr. Jitender is, by reason of the difficulty of getting a flight out of the country, is in India, Chennai, and I know he's had some difficulties in being able to connect fully. We've worked on that overnight, and I hope we've overcome it. But I see that in fact he does appear now on screen, at least on my screen. Your Honour,
Mr. Jitender has been in and out for quite frequently during the course of the evidence I've observed.
Yes. So I'm just forewarning, Your Honour, that there could be technical difficulties which we hope have been overcome. If not, I may have to take a different course. But thank you.
All right. Well, let us resume in 15 minutes from now and hope that the connection is settled. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, gentlemen, are we set to go?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Jitender, the court officer will swear you to tell the truth. You'll be taken to your witness statements by Mr. Duckworth and asked to affirm their truth, and then Mr. Doherty will be asking you some questions. All right?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Aliu. If you will go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Maniram, could you please confirm your full name and address?
Full name is Jitender Maniram. Address is equal to Union Bank of India, DIFC branch, second gate village number 10, level 2, DIFC Dubai.
Thank you. Could you please confirm whether you would like to swear an oath or whether you'd like an affirmation?
Yeah, I'd like to take an affirmation.
An affirmation. Okay, can you repeat after me, please?
Pardon me, I should mute the... okay.
No, you can repeat after me.
Yeah.
I sincerely and truly declare
I sincerely and truly declare
and affirm
and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Duckworth?
Thank you. Mr. Maniram, I believe you are speaking from India, is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's true. I'm in India post my transfer from Dubai. I've reported here on 17th last week. So it's the first week over here in Dubai, in India.
And can I just ask if you have access to a screen on which you can view documents, because you may be taken to documents?
Yes, yes. I've just made some arrangements where I may be able to see from the other iPad. I made one laptop for a presentation of the hearing, and one laptop is where we can go through this other bundle of the documents. So I'm making use of it.
All right, we'll see how far we can process.
Yeah.
Can you find your way to bundle C, page 42, please?
Bundle C, page
42.
it's bundle A.
No, bundle C, witness statements.
Bundle C. Witness statement CB. Yeah, 1 second. Oh yeah, page number, sir.
42.
Page number 42. It's starting from page number 397.
No, you need to find the page that starts, the bundle that starts with page 1 of C.
Starting from the page 3, it's the first document, the bundle A. Bundle A, it states start from the page number 3, which is the pledging, the claim form, and the particulars of the claim. And
No.
it's
Do you have access to other bundles, Mr. Maniram? B, C, D, E, F, G, H?
yeah, yes, it is there.
Okay.
E and
Can you go to bundle C, please?
No, pardon me, I think. No, I'm not able to get it. Bundle C, the witness evidence, starting from the page 746.
Oh,
Witness evidence.
yes. You need to have a bundle C that starts at page 1. But maybe let's just have a look at the moment. Perhaps. What's your number, did you say?
Page, starting page is 746.
Occurs to me, Your Honor, maybe that's a real number in the comprehensive bundle rather than the relative number.
Start from 746 and end at 1005.
Yes. All right.
Gives the trial of the.
Can you go to page 788, please?
Seven, eight. It's taking time. Seven, eight.
You should see there, I hope, a witness statement by yourself. No?
Page 788, pardon?
Yes, I'm looking at witness statement by you, Jitendra Maniram, which is at our page C42, but maybe at your page 788. Is that correct or not?
788. C42. Okay, let me go to C42. Yeah, C42 is my. Yes.
All right. If possible, we will work from the C numbers now. Okay.
Okay.
So, looking at page C42, is this your number one witness statement, or first witness statement?
Yes, pardon. Yes, true.
Thank you. Can you move on to page C68, please?
So paragraph numbers.
No, it's a page number. Page C68.
Page 68. I have the printout of the witness statement in front of me also.
Can you look at the last page of the witness statement then, please, to where there's a signature?
Yeah, yes, true.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
Now, can we move on then to your second witness statement, which in our bundle is C119?
C119. Okay. Probably it's taking time.
Or if it's easier and you've got it to hand, just look at the hard copy of your second witness statement. How are we doing, Mr.?
Yeah, I'm just going on to that page, 119.
Yes, okay. Can you see, it says witness statement in reply to the first witness statement of Mr. Girish Agarwal?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And now, if you would go, please, to page 162, C162.
162.
Yeah.
Again, going into the system, it's taking time. (162). It is a reply to the witness statement of Kinga.
No, that's a little bit further on. Page C162.
It's taking time.
All right.
C162.
Yes. Do you see your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yeah. Let me go to that.
Are you able to see the last page of your witness statement with a signature on it?
So just going to that page. Yeah, it's a signature on that page number 162 of mine.
That's your signature. Now, can you turn to your third witness statement in reply to Miss Kinga? For these purposes, it doesn't matter whether it's a hard copy or the bundle, but in our page, it's number C.
Hard copy. I'm holding the hard copy of the reply to the Kinga.
All right. Can you confirm that it's signed by you at the end?
Yes, it is signed. The hard copy is there.
Now, I believe that it's just a point you want to clarify on your second witness statement. Your Honor, if I may be permitted just to ask this point of clarification.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you take your second witness statement once again, please, and go to forgive me, Your Honour, just a moment. Could you turn to paragraph 26.2, please?
26.2.
Yes.
Paragraph number. Yeah.
This is in response to paragraph 34 of Mr. Agarwal's
Yes.
statement. I just want to look at the last 5 lines of this sentence, this paragraph,
Yes.
where you say, thus the defendant had the mandate to act on the payments requests which came either from the authorized email ID or the registered fax number. Thus, regardless of whether payment requests were sent by Ms. Kinga Kurutsova or Ms. Hilba Zuberi by email, the defendant only acted upon the payment request once the same was sent to it by a registered fax number, in accordance with the provisions of the facility agreement. So I wanted to give you the opportunity of clarifying what you are saying there. Can you just explain what you mean?
Generally, it is a practice of a bank where we accept it through the registered email ID. Whenever there is a payment request is coming from the other than the registered email ID, then we look for an authorized fax message supporting document which will be there for the payment processing.
Thank you. Subject to that point, are the contents of your statements true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. You'll now be asked some questions by Mr. Doherty.
We probably need to issues with what you can see on the screen, because we're going to have to navigate through some documents. So I presume that you've got an electronic bundle on a screen in front of you.
It's electronic bundle only, which is available on an iPad.
Yeah. On the left-hand column there, can you see a list of different indices? So it should say 1, we'll say A, pleadings, B, orders, C, witness evidence. Do you have that? Is that how it's set out for you?
Yes, the first document is in a bundle A, and the second is equal to 2A bundle, where it's pertaining from the page 670. So it's as per the index, the bundle index, the first document which says about the bundle index. In the same one, I'm holding on an iPad.
Yes, I'm just wondering how it is that you move around between bundles. So can you see on the left-hand side of your screen the different letters with the different sets of bundles? So A, pleadings, B, orders, C, witness evidence, and so on. Is that what it looks like?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We'll work through this and iron out the issues as we go. Hopefully we can get the hang of it as things go on. You say in your statement that you've been UBI Senior Executive Officer in the DIFC branch since March 2018. Can I take it from that that you weren't working in the DIFC branch before March 2018?
Yes, before that I was working in India, and transfer I came over to Dubai.
Okay, so can I take it from that that you didn't have any personal involvement in the initial steps here, so the opening of Aegis Resources account and the opening of the facility in 2017?
Yes, I was not there at the time when the account was being opened.
And part of your witness statement then deals with a series of documents. You say account opening and related documents. So the evidence that you give in that section of your statement is presumably either based on discussions you've had with other people or based on the documents themselves.
It's based on the documents available in the office as well as the compliance officer who takes care of the opening the account.
Yeah, so it's not from your own personal involvement or experience.
No, as on the March 2018, since the account is a running account, so we can continue with an existing limit based on the renewal options.
Yeah, and I should say I'm just trying to get a bit of a feel for what you can and cannot offer evidence on from your personal experience. But if we jump forward in your first witness statement to section G, so it's a paragraph 49, I think you have that in hard
Yes.
copy.
49, yes.
You've got that reference.
Yes.
So this is a point in time where I think you've been informed that there was a suspicious payment request that was conveyed to you by the operations team. Now, as I read your witness statement, this seems to be the first time that you've become personally involved in the facts of this case. Is that about you?
Yes. Well, once it came to the knowledge of the team has brought to the knowledge of me, then immediately there was an internal meeting was being conducted, and all the teams, all the officers who are involved connected to this account was been put together, and there was a meeting for that.
Yeah. So it all comes to your attention effectively after the event.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And so you've obviously moved now, so you're no longer the senior executive officer of the Dubai branch.
As on date, I am no longer, because it's in a 3 years tenure. The tenure gets over, so we are back to our place where we were.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come on then to ask you some questions about what it is that you set out in relation to the document referred to at section A of your statement. And if you look at the left-hand side of the documents bundle, you'll find tab H, which says core bundle. Do you see that?
H. H. You are talking about the bundle H.
So if you look at the list of bundles on the left-hand side of your browser,
Yes.
there should be the letters A through to I.
Yeah.
And do you see H?
H is a trial bundle, H core bundle.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
So if you remember where that is, I'm going to end up coming back to that a few times. But within H, there are two tabs, and I'm looking at tab 2, which is the documents themselves.
Yes, the contractual documents.
Yeah, and if you scroll down to page H5,
H5.
sorry, H6.
So it's in the serial number saying that 4226 page.
Yeah, I think perhaps your I number is slightly different, but at the bottom of the page you should have H6.
Yeah, H6. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to the H6 page.
Yeah. So this is the account opening form. It's referred to in your witness statement dated 9th of February 2017. And it's for opening a current account for Aegis Resources, right?
Yes, yes, it is there.
Yeah, and if you go over to the next page, H7, you can see towards the top of the page, it's, I think, 5 rows down, we have a reference to principal activities and trade license details. Do you see that?
Yes, principal activities, it is there, the trade license number.
Yeah, and what it refers to there is the trade license number, and it says coal and firewood trading, raw materials trading, metal ores trading, sand and gravel and stones trading, marble and natural stones trading, yes?
Yes, it is.
So the information that's being provided to the bank at the outset of this relationship is that the business Aegis is engaged in is trading a number of specific raw materials, correct?
Yes, it is.
There is no reference in that account opening form to mining, is there?
It's indirectly connected to the mining, what we have understood it, because whatever the gravels and the stone as well as the marble and the natural, it is indirectly connected to the mining. That's what it stands.
Mr. Banram, I'll come back to that in a bit, but I want you to answer the question that I've asked, which is, can you confirm that there's no reference in this account opening form to mining?
No, it's not there.
Okay. And then further down, 5 further rows down towards the middle of the page, we've got another row that says destination of payments / utilization of funds. Do you see that?
Yes, it is there. UAE, Oman.
Yeah, UAE, Oman, Thailand, Singapore, Hong Kong, Indonesia, South Africa. So again, at the outset of this relationship, the bank is being told where Aegis is doing business, isn't it?
Yes, it is that at the time of the account opening, it was been mentioned. Subsequently, there might be any kind of an email in case if it is.
Okay, and you would agree with me, would you, that there's no reference there in the account opening statement to Mexico?
Yeah, that is it.
Okay. Can I ask you then to go to H5, so 2 pages above this?
Yes, please.
You have that? What you should find is Aegis Resources Trade License, and there was a copy that was provided to UBI. And we can see there is listed under the licensed activities, the same things that have been set out in the account opening form. Do you see that?
Yes, it is mentioned clearly.
So again, would you agree with me that there's no reference there to mining or to mining operations?
True.
So it must be right that Aegis, as a business, was not licensed to undertake mining operations, or for that matter, to trade in mining tools, machinery, or equipment.
It's only with regarding to the trading what the Aegis is doing, with the set of the activities which has been mentioned in the license.
Yeah, so you agree that Aegis was restricted to carrying out business within the scope of its license?
Yeah, that is there.
I think there's a bit of audio interference. I'm not sure if anyone else is getting that, but I'll continue and if they won't interfere. Mr. Manaram, presumably if a company was engaged in mining operations, presumably there are some specific features.
Yes.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm still getting some crackling interference. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from.
Yeah.
It might be that it's Mr. Manaram's line, or perhaps it's a problem that's unique to me.
It's a cracking voice was coming.
I'm hearing that interference also. Proceed and
Just
continue.
perhaps just check that everyone who's not involved can ensure that their microphone is on mute. That might help us. Now, Mr. Random, the question I was asking you was about some of the specific areas of concern that might arise for a bank if it's dealing with a customer engaged in mining operations. The reason I say that is, for example, one might expect that a mining company would be, amongst other tools and equipment, purchasing things like explosives. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
It cannot be 100% sure that it may be for the explosives. They may be giving in a contract to any of the agency who is dealing with explosives. If a company which is having a license for mining, for explosive purpose, they can give a subcontract which can be get done by that company rather than they themselves are involved in explosives.
But if that was the sort of transaction that a business could be taking part in, presumably you as the bank would need to know about that because you have different obligations in relation to terrorist financing and things like that, correct?
Yeah, that is it.
And so there would be no suggestion of that sort of concern arising on this trade license, would there, which is just about commodities trading?
true, because their license is for the trading. Their activity will be related to the trading.
Okay. And so we'll jump forward to the observations. You've said it already, but you said as well in paragraph 32 of your statement, which is that the bank had sufficient reasons to believe that mining operations related to the nature of Aegis business. And you say a couple of things in support of that. The first is in paragraph 33. You refer to an invoice with a company called Stevin Rock. That's in, if you can find on the left-hand side, bundle E, chronological documents. Do you see that?
I'm able to see the statement, witness statement, point number 33. And in chronology, you're saying?
So you go to bundle E, chronological documents.
Bundle E.
Yeah, E. And within that, it's the second tab. So bundle E, tab 2.
No, I'm not able to. It's just I wanted to refer in the chronology page number, please.
It's 486. So E486.
E4866.
And that's the numbering that's at the bottom of the page in black.
Page E.
486. 486.
It's taking time.
Yes, have you found the chronological documents bundle?
Yeah, I'm at the page E337. So I have to go back.
Ms. Maranam, did you say that you're using an iPad to look at the documents?
Yeah, it is in the iPad only. I'm just scrolling. It is taking over the time.
Yeah. Do you have access to a laptop that you could use to review the documents instead? That might be much easier than scrolling through, because
laptop I'm connected to the PC where the laptop is there and the hearing is going on.
Oh, he's watching the hearing from his laptop, I think he's saying.
If not, I can just open in the mobile and just try if it can be happening the fast way.
So I think the issue, it sounds like, is that you're having to scroll through page by page, and you don't have a
Yes, it's
up
going
and drag
page
scroll, which you would have on a computer. And I'm conscious that if we continue at this rate, we're not going to get very far.
Your Honour, I wonder if you would consider rising for 5 minutes so that I could, perhaps without intending in any way to breach the rules of access to a witness, could seek to guide the witness in finding a page number. Because there are search functions on this software which he may not be using, it occurs to me.
Well, I think it's worth a try. Would you have any objection to that amount of contact, Mr. Doherty?
No, I don't think I'd have any objection. I think what might be of assistance to look into as well is whether a spare laptop might be made available for reviewing the documents, because I think that part of the issue is that this platform is less navigable on a tablet than it is on a computer.
Yeah, that is undoubtedly so, I think, at least, but Mr. Duckworth may have another means. I wonder, it's not going to be a very satisfactory proceeding as we are. It may be that we get to the stage where we move from Mr. Jitendra to another witness who will be in a more convenient position, and return to him when some more fundamental arrangements have been made. So what I'll do is I'll adjourn for 10 minutes, come back then for a report on where we are. See what you can do, Mr. Duckworth, please.
Thank
because
you.
it's really the way we're going, and
I will invite Mr. Jitendra to stay on screen and work with him from this platform so that anybody can see what I'm doing.
yeah, very well. Well,
yeah.
I will come back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Mr. Jitendra, do you have
Yes, sir.
a search function? Can you do let me just see. Can you do a Control F? Does that work?
It is opening in a Google Drive. So the entire bundle is coming into the Google Drive, and from Google Drive I have to scroll down paper.
Ah, right, right.
So since it is in a PDF file, there is no option for a search.
Well, the PDFs can be searched by Control F. Have you tried that?
Control F, the option itself is not giving any kind of an option where you can go for a. It's giving like even it is not giving the go to the page number.
Right, because normally with PDFs you can go Control F and then enter a term that you're searching for, and it could be a page number, and it would take you to that page. But if it's not,
Peter, I think one of the issues is that it's an iPad, it's a tablet rather than a computer. I wonder whether Mr. Manaram can look into whether it's possible to get access to a computer or a laptop so that we could look at the case lines bundle on the electronic platform, which is the same as everyone else, I think, was probably looking at.
Yes.
One thing I'm able to look at from the mobile phone, the e-bundles are very faster than in the laptop. So I'm able to go to the page number, as you said, in the next document. I can very well come back.
Can you try looking at page E486 on your mobile phone if that works?
I just wanted to know that in the bundle E, there is a part A, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5.
Yeah, I can assist in navigating around there. Mr. Manaram, I wonder, is it possible to try joining the hearing from the iPad and using your computer to look at the documents, so just swapping around?
Yes.
I can use the mobile phone for the document and use the laptop.
I think you'll find that might be tricky with some of the documents. It would be better if you could review it on a larger screen.
Larger screen.
Yeah, so I think if it's possible to at least do a test.
Yes. Can you log into the hearing from your iPad?
From iPad, there is some issues. I'm not able to. From mobile, I can log in through mobile and use the iPad for a navigating purpose.
Well, that might be, yeah. Can you log into the hearing from your mobile and use the laptop to access the documents?
So that also can be done, or else through mobile I am able to access at a faster pace the documents.
Yes, but I think Mr. Doherty is making the point that on your mobile it will be hard to see some of the bigger documents.
There is an option where we can enlarge the document.
I think it's also the navigating you to the correct documents, which is why I wonder if you've obviously got an internet connection. If we tried using case lines, which is the electronic way of viewing the documents, so that you could see them on the electronic bundle, which is the same thing that I'll be looking at, and then we can join with the video feed elsewhere. Have you been provided with a link to the electronic document platform, or has it all just been sent to you on Google Drive?
On Google Drive, it is sent on a Google Drive.
Right.
That's a problem. I wonder if we should call another witness, Stephen, before we then have a longer chance to sort this out over lunch. Or do you need to speak to this witness first?
I think there's partly a question of structure and accelerating through other witnesses. I think, let me dial off and let me see if I can take some instructions. It might be that we can progress with potentially Mr. Shi because the evidence covers a similar set of issues. But I would still be keen to explore if there are other options with Mr. Manoram.
I'll be able to browse through mobile. It's a very faster way. I'm just able to go through whatever. You have to give me a guidance whether it is in the E part A, part B, part 2, part 3, part 4. If that is the way we can send, I can just go navigate it.
All right, I'm just going to duck off the call for a moment, Peter, so I can speak to my solicitors and work out what we can do about this.
I think the problem, Jitendra, with the bundle E split into 5 parts is that counsel might refer to any single page at any time, and we then spend a lot of time deciding which bundle it's in of E.
Yeah.
It would be best if it could all be in one bundle.
As it has been sent to the Google Drive, we have the bundle. It is mentioned as in a bundle E, part A, part 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6 are there for the bundle E.
I'm going to have a word with Bed. Can I ask Bed Nag to come online, please? I'll send him an email to see if he can come online.
I think he is.
Bed.
Yes, I'm online. I can hear you.
Can you put on your Google Drive the aggregate bundle E? Add the all bits together. Do you know how to do that?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, and then upload it to your Google Drive so that Mr. Jitendra can look at that.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Peter, I've spoken to my solicitors, and one of the suggested things we can do rather than using a Google Drive is that they will send all of the UBI witnesses who need it a link to and access to the case lines bundles. We could then try out using those case line bundles and see how we get on that way. So I think
all right.
you were able to send us, I think probably most urgently, so we can get the access set up now, Mr. Manoram's email. We can send that link and have a little test of using that and see where we get to.
So, Mr. Manoram, if you can email Mr. Thomas Neighbour, if you've got, if you have access to his email address.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. Email him so that he has got your email address and can send you the link to the court bundles, okay?
Just I'm sending it to the Thomas.
I can share with the solicitors at HFW all the necessary email IDs.
Well, he looks like Jitendra has got the email anyway. Thomas. And what Thomas will do is
All right.
email a link to the case lines bundles.
Whilst we're getting that link, just so we can test it, Jitendra, would it be possible for you to try and log on to this hearing using your iPad to see if that feed works and to see if the sound quality and everything is okay? Is it connected to the Wi-Fi?
Through iPad, I'm not able to. It is giving, and since it is working on a Safari drive, it's not giving access to that DFC code.
Right, I see.
Yeah, what you call the camera as well as the audio is not getting activated.
Looks like the best we can do at the moment, Stephen, is for Mr. Maniram to have the documents on his phone, even though that will impose some limitations of time.
I think we're still going to find some navigation issues when we do that.
Yeah.
Because of how we're viewing them and finding the various different parts. Let's see if case lines works as a fix.
Your Honour, just to report back on what's happening at the moment, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Maniram is having great difficulty in using the iPad to navigate to documents. It takes a long while. And he doesn't have access to the case lines file, which would be much easier. So at the moment, he's exploring whether, with the assistance of HFW solicitors, whether he can gain access to the case lines file from his mobile phone. This is not ideal, but at least his mobile phone is faster than the iPad, and we may be able to progress. If that fails, then we will have to look at other remedies. Apologise, Your Honour, for this long delay.
Right. Well, what's the best course? Just to leave you to continuing to follow that to see if it works?
Would you, if you would give us some further time, if there's a way we can report back to you, or else we can, shall we say, I hesitate to say this, but may I ask for 15 minutes to see if we can get this completely sorted?
All right, I'll come back again in 15 minutes then and hope that it works.
Thank you very much.
Your Honour, I thought I would maybe just check to see where we were on timings anyway. I don't know whether it makes sense to slightly adjust to take the longer break. At this stage, it might be that we're far too early for that. But
yeah. I think it's a bit early because it would mean that the end period would be excessively long for everyone's concentration.
Certainly, Your Honour.
So if it go now for the 15-minute break, and we'll see how we are at the end of that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are we able to at least try to proceed, gentlemen?
I think so, Your Honour. I think we've ironed that out as best we can for now. We can, if there are tweaks to be made, we can try and do it during the longer break.
Right. Well, let's because you've all been concentrating for a little while, let's go for about half an hour if we can, and then take a break. Perhaps not entirely the longer break, but we'll see what happens if and when we get there. So shall we go back on the formal record now, as it were? What has passed over the last little while, even if it's in the transcript, which it shouldn't be, is not part of the case hearing. Is that understood, gentlemen?
Yes, Your Honour.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll now go back on the record, and Mr. Doherty will resume his cross-examination of Mr. Jitendra. Thank you, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. I had been asking you some questions surrounding the business that Aegis was engaged in and whether or not that had anything to do with mining. And I had referred to something you said, paragraph 32 of your first statement, which is that the bank had sufficient reasons to believe that mining operations related to the nature of Aegis business. And you say two things in support of that. The first is you refer to at paragraph 33 to an invoice with a company called Steven Rock. So that's in, if you look at bundle E, and if you drop that down, and in the second tab of bundle E.
Bundle E. Expert
Yes.
evidence. Bundle D.
No, E, chronological documents.
Okay, chronological document. In the chronological document, bundle, next.
And then it's the second of those tabs once you click on bundle E.
Bundle E, which page number starts from 297 to 592.
That's the one. And I'm going to ask you to look for page 486. Which, as you scroll down, is just a little bit more than halfway down.
Page 486.
Yes. So it's between a half and 3/4 of the way down the scroll bar. And it should be an invoice with a blue logo at the top saying Steven Rock.
In the bundle, the page number, it is of out of 295. What is the page number, please?
So it's E486. So that's the numbering at the bottom of the page in black.
That's okay. Instead of that, one more is there at the end of each page that it is mentioning as page number 101 oblique of 295. In that, what is the page number? So
right, I see. It's 190 of 295.
190.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at that page of 190, but still the screen is showing white only.
Yeah, we can perhaps give that a second to load. I'll read back to you what you say, which is you refer to a payment request for the 13th of March for an entity of the name of Steven Rock.
Yes.
Which is exhibited. In pursuant thereof, I state that the attached commercial invoice therein, you note that limestone is a mining product. Now, I don't know if that document's loaded up for you yet, but can you see that invoice?
But in the bundle one, it is coming as a page number 190 of 295. Okay.
Yes, you have that reference to. You can see that document.
Yeah, it is there.
Yeah. So what we can see here is this is a commercial invoice. Would you agree?
Yes, it is a commercial.
It's for the purchase of a large quantity of limestone. So
okay.
That's 40 megatons, correct?
Yes.
So that is an invoice which squarely relates to what was within the scope of Aegis trade license, isn't it? It's the supply of bulk raw materials.
Yes, it is.
And it's also an invoice which is the same as the scope of business described in Aegis account opening form that we've already looked at.
Yeah, that is the same. It is a trading, and here also it is a trading activity transaction.
Yeah. And there's no reference anywhere in that invoice, is there, to Aegis engaging in mining?
No, in this invoice it is not there.
No. In fact, the word mining, I think, doesn't appear at all in this invoice.
It is not appearing, and only what the concern we took is as the limestone is one of the mining activity.
Yeah.
When it comes to the next bit.
What you say about that at paragraph 33 of your statement is that limestone is a mining product, but that's not the same thing, is it, as saying that commodities trading is the same thing as mining?
It's a product coming out of mining.
Yes, but commodities trading is not the same business as mining or mining operations, is it?
It's not the same, but only what we got it is that it is a mining product The limestone is where it has been having quarries are there, and it gets extracted, and then it has been supplied to the trader.
Sure. So let me put it this way. If you have a bank that is offering mortgages, you wouldn't say that the bank is in the business of house building, would you?
No, it will not be.
Yeah. So Aegis is not in the business of mining. It's in the business of commodity trading, correct?
Yes, it is.
I also just wanted to be clear about what it is that you're suggesting at paragraph 33. So you refer to this commercial invoice for the purchase of limestone. Is it your evidence that at the time the fraudulent payment requests came in, that UBI would have gone back and looked at these old invoices to see whether mining operations was consistent with that?
We have not gone through the back of what's the invoices, but certainly we were on the back of the mine. It was there that the company is connected with the limestone and the mining procurement of the products which is connected to the mining.
Okay, so it's not your evidence that a request came in for payment of mining operations and someone has gone to look at this commercial invoice and said,
no.
Oh good, this has got limestone. Proceed.
No, it is not there. It is not the case where we will go back and see the previous transactions.
Okay. And the second thing that you say about this issue is you refer paragraph 35 to a screenshot of the claimant's webpage, and you say, based on the same, it's my belief that the claimant's main activities are related to shipping, mining, and cargo. Let's look at that document. That's at Bundle E. The page reference is 1483, which you'll find in tab 6. So it's this Bundle E, tab 6 in the master bundle.
Tab 6. In the Bundle E, tab 6.
Yeah.
It's pertaining to the page number 1471 onwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, which page I have to go?
And if you go to, it's page, well, it's 1483. It's page 25 of that tab as you look at it on case lines.
Okay. Yeah, it's an exhibit C26 pertaining to the.
Yeah, so this is the screenshots that you're referring to in your witness statement. So what we have is a screen grab from a Google search, and it seems to be that the bit you're actually referring to in your evidence is the fact that when you do a Google search for Aegis resources, one of the words that appears on the face of the Google search is there's the word mining. Do you see that?
Yeah, it is giving the shipping, mining, and cargo.
Yeah, and then there's the commentary underneath. So we've got a picture there, haven't we, of limestone, dolomite, and some coal. And you say, or whoever's produced this document says, which are all obtained by mining.
Yes, it's a part of a Google search done by the bank, and which gives an indication that there is a Google Aegis has been connected with a shipping, mining, and a cargo, and the part of it is the second screenshot.
Yeah, and what we can see is that this is a screenshot that was prepared for the purposes of preparing this trial, correct?
Yes, it is for the purpose of the trial, because prior to that we have never gone through.
Yeah, so you've not gone through at the time the transactions were made. No one has gone to look and take this screenshot when a fraudulent invoice has come in and said mining operations. So this is you looking at this after the event.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this also wouldn't have been information that was provided to the bank when the account was opened or the facility was opened, was it?
It was not taken at the time of facility opening, this kind of document.
And can I ask you then to scroll down to the next page after that, 1484.
1484, yes.
Yeah, and here we can see the details of what was actually set out when you look at the website, rather than looking at a word that appeared on the Google search. But if you read through that, first of all, at page 1484, we can see there's reference to the fact that this is a business focused on meeting the bulk raw material needs of the steel, power, and cement industry. You see that in the first paragraph?
Yes, in the first paragraph and the second paragraph also it is there, where it clearly mentions the bulk limestone, dolomite, as well as gypsum and coal. Second paragraph.
Yeah, and so what this also suggests is that on the face of it, we're referring to a company trading in products that it's told the bank that it's trading in. So these raw materials for the production of steel, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And if we go to 1487, which is a couple of pages down,
Yes.
we see reference on that page, don't we, to logistics and dry bulk shipping.
Yes, it is a logistic.
So what we can see there is that this company is trading in raw materials which are carried by sea. Correct?
It is mentioned about the logistic part, which is an additional part of the business of this company.
Yeah, and dry bulk shipping. Yes?
It's an additional business which the company is doing rather than the shipping, mining, and a cargo.
And if you go down again to 1490, you have that?
Yes, yeah, it is there. Limestone, origin from.
Yeah, limestone, origin UAE and Oman. And if you go down to the next page, we've got dolomite, origin UAE, Thailand. Do you see that?
Yeah, two places
and
are
if you
there.
go down to the next page, we've got coal in Russia. Do you see that?
Yes, it is there.
Yeah, and if we go down to the next page, we've got pyroxenite, origin UAE.
Yes.
So what I'd suggest to you is that if anyone had gone to look at Aegis website at the time, what that would have shown them is exactly something that the bank already knew and that was set out in the account opening form, which is that Aegis is a commodities trader and it's trading in a number of specific regions.
Yes, they are trading in the commodities. Certainly, to believe us also.
There's nothing in any of those parts of the website, is there, that would lead anyone to think that Aegis was engaged in mining.
As per the website, it is not there. Only the thing is that when the transaction got executed, it was to be believed that one of the mining request came from the customer for the making the payment to the mining activity.
Okay, and don't worry, we'll come on to that. Going back to section A of your statement, another of the documents that you refer to, so it's paragraph 6, 7 and 8, is a document that has been, well, we've been calling it the letter of indemnity. It's got the title Application and Indemnity for Facsimile Instructions. It's from the 9th of February 2017. And you can find that if you go to bundle H.
Bundle H.
Yeah, bundle H.
Yes,
it's tab 2.
Core bundle. It is a core bundle headed by core bundle. And next, what's the page I have to go by?
So tab 2, page 17.
Page 17. Okay, I'm going
page
to that.
15. Page 15.
H15.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you have the document?
It's taking time. I think almost it is through.
While you're waiting for that to load.
Yeah, H15, it is an application and indemnity for facsimile instruction.
Yeah. So what you say in your witness statement is this is a document that's submitted by all of the bank's prospective customers at the time of the account opening. So the first thing to ask is, you would presumably agree that this is a form for opening the current account. It's not part of the facility agreement documents.
The first to the bank, the customer has to open an account opening request and followed by the facility agreement. So this will be the starting document to be executed by the customer.
Yeah, so this is from February 2017, so 4.5 months before we get the facility agreement.
Prior to the prior to the sanction of the limit, this is a document got executed.
Okay, and if you go over very briefly to page H17.
17.
17, so 2 pages over.
Okay, 17. It is signed by an authorized signatory.
Yeah, so there's no signature here on the signature block for the bank, is there?
Yes, it is not signed.
Yeah. Now, you might want to go back up to page 15. So I have just a couple of questions for you about this document.
Okay.
And you set it out in your statement, and no doubt you're aware generally that the bank relies on this document to say that it's entitled to rely on and accept instructions that comes from a customer's email account. But I just wanted to explore that with you. So if you look at the first paragraph of this letter, it's starting with "We, the undersigned, hereby request the bank as a service to me." Do you see that?
Yes, yes, definitely.
And then it says to accept instructions which may from time to time be or purport to be given to the bank orally in person, by facsimile, or by any other electronic communication acceptable to the bank on my behalf relating to the operation of all or any of my accounts, and agree to be bound by the terms of this application and indemnity with respect to such instruction. You see that?
Yes, it is there in the first paragraph. It is mentioned or.
So 2 points on that. First of all, this says, doesn't it, that a request under the terms of this letter has to be made in a form acceptable to the bank, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is to be acceptable to the bank, how we communicate.
So if the bank were to set out express terms of dealing, for example, in its facility usage, the request would need to be in that agreed form in order to be acceptable to the bank.
It is already mentioned in this one only to be accepted by the customer. There is no separate document has been taken.
Yes, no, what I'm asking you is that this letter of indemnity says that it covers instructions sent by, made in person, by facsimile, or by any other communication acceptable to the bank. So what I'm suggesting to you is that in order to be acceptable to the bank, it has to be made in accordance with what otherwise has been expressly agreed between the bank and customer.
Yeah. Yes,
Agree?
yes. Yes, it is.
And the second point is that this says that the instruction under this letter should be relating to the operation of or any of my accounts. Do you see that?
Yes, it is for an operational of
So,
all or any of my accounts or credit or other facilities or the banking arrangements. All
yes.
put together it is.
Yes. So based on that, if an instruction is made that has nothing to do with the operation of an account or a facility, I would suggest to you that the letter of indemnity wouldn't apply.
Indemnity is there for all the purposes. It is for the account as well as for the credit facility together.
Yes, but it has to be in relation to an account or a facility. So if someone was making a request or an instruction which didn't have anything to do with an account or a facility, then it would have nothing to do with this indemnity letter, would it?
No, it is in the indemnity. It is clearly mentioned. It is for the other facility, credit or other facility.
Yes. So let's say we have a facility.
Yeah. Subsequently, whatever the sanctions are going to be there, it is going to be covered by this indemnity.
Yes, if it falls within the terms of the facility, correct?
No, it is the terms of the facility is there for the facility, and this is the first document which gives an acts for indemnity for the entire credit facility, which is going to be sanctioned subsequently.
Yes, I can't quite work out whether we're agreeing or not on this point.
Mr. Doherty, have we not spent enough time on matters that are really for me?
Yes, Your Honour. Let me move that on. Mr. Manaram, would you accept as a general proposition that a bank has due diligence obligations in relation to transactions that it processes?
Yes, yes. All the transaction has to go through the due diligence. It is a part of the banking system.
Yeah. So, for example, if a bank suspects money laundering or fraud or sanctions breaches or something like that, it wouldn't just process the transaction on the basis that it had received a request from a customer and rely on the fact that there was this letter of indemnity, would it?
Yeah, indemnity is something which is there, it is a coverage, but as in a transaction part, we have to see whether it is covering all kinds of a due diligence.
Yeah, and so that's presumably why, well, it's clause 8 of this indemnity over the page at age 16, but it envisages that there are circumstances where the bank may refuse to comply with or execute a transaction. So presumably that's an acknowledgement by the bank that there are going to be circumstances where it ought to prevent an instruction from proceeding.
Yes, there may be an instruction which the bank may stop it.
Yeah, and then the final few questions just on this letter of indemnity. There's no reference in this document anywhere, is there, to email?
It may be only because it's got executed in 2017. It's the branch which might have taken a decision to send it through email.
And for example, if we were to look at clause 5, that's on page 816.
Page 16.
Okay.
Yeah, clause 5.
And if you just look at the last sentence, we agree to bear all the risks in relation to any discrepancies or errors in the figures or instructions, and then it says, or messages as a result of any malfunction of the facsimile machines, or misunderstanding or lack of clarity of instructions. So, I mean, that seems to suggest that it's primarily aimed at fax instructions. It's referring specifically to fax machines, isn't it?
Fax. Can you repeat? Can you again let me go through this one? It is in a point number 5. I have to go through from we agree to bear all the risk in relation to any discrepancies or errors in the figures and the instructions of the message as a. Yeah. Here, if you see here also, it is there that I further agree that the risk of the fraud, forgery, or fraudulent impersonation shall be borne by me / us.
Yeah, but would you agree that the previous sentence seems to be getting at there is that this is about a fax instruction?
Fax instruction is being given by the company, and yeah.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way: there's no reference in this document, is there, to there being an authorized email address?
In this document, there is no mention about. I have to go through whether it is their email address in this one.
Yeah, and similarly, for the same reason, there's no reference
in this indemnity. There is no reference about the email address.
And the specific reference is there to the email address admin@aegisoverseas.com.
Yeah, that is mentioned in the account opening form.
Yeah, but it's not mentioned in this agreement, is it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And there's no reference in this document, is there, to a recipient address for the bank for any instructions to be sent by email?
It is not mentioned here.
Okay. Thank you. I'll move on from that document to section B of your witness statement, where you come on to discuss the credit facility documents.
Yes.
So that's from paragraph 9 onwards.
Yes.
So these are the documents that actually form part of the facility that's it's initially entered into in June 2017, and it's renewed in June 2018.
Okay.
So the first document I ask you to look at is what it's been referred to as the facility agreement, which is the general terms and conditions on which the facility is granted. And if you scroll forwards in WH to page 23.
Page 23.
Yes. And if you let me know when you've got that document.
Yeah, page 23. It's
So
a
this is
facility.
the agreement. If you go over the page, you can see that this is from the 29th of June,
Yes.
2017.
Yes.
And you see, first of all, on this page, we can see a definition of agreement. You see that?
Yes, in this agreement, yeah.
Yeah, so it says agreement shall mean this facility agreement and all attachments and schedules appended hereto, and shall also include any subsequent written modifications and amendments thereto made in writing by the parties after the date of execution of this agreement. So that wouldn't include the letter of indemnity, would it? That was an earlier.
Letter of indemnity was taken at the time of account opening. This is subsequently sanction of the facility. And prior to 2017, also there was the same facility was been sanctioned in 2016.
Yeah, so I think you agree with me that the letter of indemnity isn't part of the facility agreement. It's not one of the facility agreement documents.
There is no mention in it.
Yeah. And if we jump forward to H35 in the same document, you should hopefully find at the bottom half of that page, there's a clause 2, and then bold beside that is facility.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yes, the lender agrees to make the facility available to the borrower during the
subject to the terms and conditions of this agreement, the facility is to be utilized to meet the working capital requirements of the borrower. So the bank will have known, presumably, that this facility is to be applied to meet the working capital of the business, correct?
Yeah, it's for the working, yes.
And in saying that it's subject to the terms and conditions of this agreement, what it means is that the facility can only be utilized as long as it falls within the terms and conditions of that agreement, right?
Yeah, this agreement, but the other one is in a document which is for the account operation.
And could I ask you to look at page 37, so 2 pages over?
Yeah, starting from the TF facility, advance over under the overdraft facility.
Yeah, so I'm looking at clause 4.2, beginning any advance under the TR facility shall, and then at A, be utilized for imports or local purchase under letters of credit, for making payment to suppliers for procurement of goods, or making payments under collection documents, or by making advance payment against pro forma invoice for purchase of goods. And then it says, provided that the goods are of a nature that the borrower is authorized to deal in as per its existing and valid trade license. So what clause 4.2a is telling us is that the agreed and permitted use of this facility is to purchase goods that Aegis was licensed to deal in, correct?
Yes, it is.
And we've already looked at the trade license for the company.
Yeah.
So what that means is that the permitted use of the facility under its express terms was coal and firewood trading, raw materials trading, metal ores trading, sand, gravel and stones trading, marble and natural stones trading, correct?
It's for the trading. Here also, if you see in this part, it is clearly mentioned again the pro forma invoice for the purchase of the goods, or comma, provided that the goods are for the nature. It is in line with the trade license, but it is in a pro forma invoice request is also there.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest to you this means is that any advance requested falling outside of the trade license would not have fallen within the agreed operation of this facility, would it?
As for the trade license, it is yes, but it is a part of the trade license. If you see the subsequent products, which we have already mentioned in the earlier witness statement, it's an activity pertaining to the mining. The trading which it takes place is an activity pertaining to the mining.
Right, well, what the agreement says is that the facility will be authorized or utilized to deal with purchase of goods as long as it's under the trade license. And I've taken you to the trade license already. And you agree with me that the trade license doesn't say anything about mining or mining operations, correct?
Yes, it doesn't say.
So if a request for an advance was made in respect of mining, that would have been a request that fell outside the permitted use of this facility, wouldn't it?
I would say yes. I would say this because the mining, which is the request which came for the mining, is in a part of the trading activity which has been undertaken by the company.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I follow what you mean by that.
Yeah,
So
simple. If one example I would have given in this case, if the payment is going for a procurement or a purchase of the hotel industry, we would have straightly state that it is hotel industry is not in a line of an activity which the borrower is doing. Since the line of the activity which is linked to the mining, like a procurement of a limestone, coal, and all, it is a part of the mining, so it was being made. Had it been gone the payment for the purchase of any hotel or purchase of any kind of a resort, then definitely we would have stopped that, thinking that it is not in a line of an activity which the borrower is.
Well, that's not what the facility is saying, though, is it? The facility is saying specifically that it is a TR facility extended for the purchase of goods, provided that the goods are
as per the trade license, as per the trade.
And we've looked at one of those invoices already, haven't we? And we could see pretty clearly that that was an invoice for limestone. That would have fallen within this facility.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you've agreed with me that the trade license does not cover mining or mining operations already, so I'll move on. But if you look at clause 4.2c here, what we'll also see is it says 4.2c.
Yeah.
Any advance under the TR facility shall be accompanied by the original documents of title, invoices, bills of lading, import bills, or otherwise received by the borrower from suppliers to the goods, documents of title. So again, here we have under the facility agreement an express agreement between the parties about what the form of these requests for an advance should take and what documents should be included, correct?
Yeah, it is there. It is there. As you mentioned it, invoice. Invoice is also a part of a pro forma. Invoice is a part of this document. It's never mentioned that it should be a commercial invoice.
So we know then that this facility agreement is renewed in June 2018, and we can see that if you go forward in this same tab to H88.
88.
If you let me know when you have that document.
Yes, H88 is a renewal in 2018 for the same facility.
Yes, so 27th June 2018, and we can see that this facility is to be renewed for another year. If we go over the page, we can see some new terms being included in bold. So at H89, if you go towards the bottom of the page, you can see in bold, under general undertakings, bullet point 6, it says D&B or any credit report has to be submitted when the transaction exceeds more than USD $100,000. Do you see that?
Yes, it is mentioned it, and let me check this facility. Okay.
So I understand that was a term that the bank had required would be included in this renewed facility agreement, correct?
Yeah, it was a part of a new terms added to that.
Yeah. And if you go over the page then to H90.
H90.
We see again in bold, it says, the above facility will be used for the purposes mentioned in the SBLC issued by ICICI Bank Mumbai,
Yeah.
and then open brackets, for supply of any goods and services for manufacturing of steel to JSW Limited. So here we have a new provision on top of what was already set out in the 2017 facility agreement, which is an express term saying that the use of the facility is limited to the supply of goods and services for manufacturing of steel to JSW. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The added new term has been included in this facility.
Yeah, and we've heard evidence already that that's specifically for raw materials, the limestone, coal, pyroxenite, and so on, which we would know based on a trade license that they would be licensed to deal in. Correct?
Trade license to be dealing here also, if you see, is for the supply of the goods and services. Even the services will be included in a part of an mining or procurement of mining equipment.
Well, we already know, don't we, what Aegis is and is not licensed to undertake.
Yeah.
And what we have here is a provision that the use of the facility is being further limited to the supply of goods and services for manufacturing of steel to JSW Limited. So I suggest to you that that is activity clearly that would be within the scope of Aegis trade license.
It's an additional which it has been mentioned for the manufacturing of the steel. So for the manufacturing of the steel, they require the raw material, which will be procured by the Aegis.
Yes, and Aegis is licensed to procure those raw materials because it's licensed to act as a commodities trader. Correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And that document itself refers to the SBLC, which is the standby letter of credit, which you'll be able to see at page 85 of this same bundle.
Page H?
H85, 85.
85. Okay.
So it's the first substantial paragraph here. So this is the standby letter of credit that that effectively provides the bank with its security. And we see a sentence beginning, "We hereby establish in your favour, at the request and for the account of JSW Steel Limited, our irrevocable unconditional standby letter of credit in the maximum aggregate amount of $10 million." You see that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And then if you go over the page to 86, there's a section which is highlighted in green.
Yeah.
Which is description of goods, any goods and services for manufacturing of steel.
Yes. Any goods and services. It's a procurement of the goods, and in case of a services, it can be a services for the mining, or else for the procurement of the material for the mining.
Right, well, this doesn't say anywhere, does it, that
it gives in a broader picture, like it gives in a broader way, like in services. The services for the steel industry will be to procure the raw material, which will be in the form of an iron ore. It will be in the form of other allies.
Well, I've already suggested to you earlier that there's a distinction there, isn't there? So a bank providing mortgages doesn't build houses, even though it might be loosely connected, does it? And Aegis knew, because it had been told what Aegis was licensed to carry out, and it had also already expressly agreed in the 2017 facility agreement that the facility would be utilized only for purchase of goods within the scope of that trade license, correct?
In the trade license, but the trade license, it's some of the goods are mentioned which is pertaining to a mining one.
Now, when it comes to trading, a service might well be shipping, correct?
It can be a shipping, it can be for exploring the mining, it can be other services, it can be.
Is it really your evidence that a commodities trader's services include digging the hole in the ground and extracting the rock? That's not plausible, is it?
No, it can be, because the Aegis has been already authorized to procure any raw material from the international market. So when he is able to procure the limestone raw material, and sometimes it may be a case where he can give an funding, he can go for a mining that rock where he has to procure and supply at a better pricing.
But there's nothing in Aegis trade license, is there, that says that it's licensed to fund mining operations or to fund
Trade
any
license.
sort of business?
Trade license has not given an option of what you call the mining or a service activity, but it is given an activity for pertaining to the trading. So the for doing the trading activity, he may be going and doing some kind of a mining activity where he can procure at a better price and supply to the JSW.
What you appear to be suggesting is that Aegis could engage in the business of funding mining businesses, but they weren't licensed to do that either, were they?
A license is not done. No, there's no in the license, but it is indirectly connected to the license which they are operating for.
Right. And in this standby letter of credit, which let's not forget the bank security is contingent on, there is no reference anywhere, is there, to it covering mining?
In the letter, it is not mentioned anything word called mining, but it is about the goods and the services for the JSW.
Okay, well, let's go on to page 92 in the same bundle.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is the supplemental agreement entered into in June 2018 at the same time the facility offer letter was sent and signed. And if we go forward in that to page 95, we can find a further iteration of what the limits of this facility are said to be. So if you look at clause 4.
Clause 4, yeah. Yes, clause 4. The borrower and the lender agree.
The borrower and the lender agree that the renewed facility shall be utilised for the supply of any goods and services for the manufacturing of steel to JSW Steel Limited India. Yes. So again, this is an express agreement. The facility is going to be utilised effectively for one purpose and one purpose only, which is getting bulk raw materials and providing them to JSW Steel.
It's procuring the bulk raw material as well as the services for the JSW. It can be taken into the 2 points: procurement of the goods as well as for the services of the JSW.
And if you go to 6 little Roman numeral 2, which is at the top of page 96.
Yes.
There's this provision to provide a D&B report acceptable to the bank for transactions over $100,000. You see that?
Yes, it is a new terms has been added to the facility.
Yeah. And if you then look at clauses 10 and 11, borrower and lender agree this supplemental agreement shall be coexistent with the facility agreement. The borrower and lender agree that all the terms and conditions in the facility agreement shall continue to be valid and binding on the parties. So I suggest to you that what this means is that it continues to be the case, for obvious reasons, that Aegis can't use the facility to engage in activities that fall outside the scope of its trade license.
It is within the trade license and within the SBLC sanctioning given by the bank.
Are you agreeing with me there? I wasn't quite sure what that answer was directed to. Do you agree that the utilization of the facility still required that it be drawn for the purposes that are listed in Aegis trade license?
Yes, it is for the trade license they have to operate, and as per the SBLC sanction facility also.
Okay.
Mr. Doherty, you've all been constantly occupied for quite a while. Would a break at this point be desirable?
Yes, I'm actually about to move on to the next section of this statement anyway, so that seems a reasonable time to break.
Now, what I had in mind was a break perhaps of half an hour, we resume and go for about an hour and a half after that until stopping.
Sure.
What is your timing with Mr. Jatinder?
No problem. It is only at 4 o'clock in the evening. I'll be there. I can be there up to whatever the time it's given, sir.
That's good, thank you. I'll see how long Mr. Doherty thinks he might need you.
Yeah, it's to some extent difficult to judge because whilst it looks like I haven't made that much progress by page count, so maybe about say a third of the way through the list of questions, I think we've actually been accelerating since we've become more accustomed to the
new system.
documents. So we'll see where we get to in the hour and a half. Hopefully we'll be close to being done by then.
All right. Well, we'll adjourn now for half an hour and then continue until maybe a bit under an hour and a half, but that will depend on just where Mr. Doherty is at in his cross-examination, bearing in mind also that there may need to be some re-examination. So I'll see you in half an hour. Duckworth, it's the judge here. I see you on my screen. Mr. Doherty, are you there?
I should be. I don't know if Mr. Duckworth can see me.
I can't see you. I can hear you.
No, I can't see you either.
Try switching my camera off and back on. It is showing that I'm on the bottom of the screen. I don't know if that made any difference.
I have you now, and Mr. Duckworth. Mr. Jatinder, I do not have at the moment.
I'm on the screen. I'm on the screen, Your Honor.
There you are. Have you now? Yes.
I'm on. Thank you.
Are we in order to resume then, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Doherty. Please continue.
Yes, John, thank you. I'm going to come on to ask you questions about some of the observations you make at section C of your witness statement. And it's paragraphs 15 through to 17. You refer to clause 18 of the facility agreement. And what you suggest is set on clause 18.2, which is that the parties agreed that notices, and you say including requests for payments or utilization of the credit facility, would be sent by the claimant through the authorized email ID admin@aegisoverseas.com. I don't know if you still have bundle H open. If you do, could you please go to page 68 of that bundle?
Page 68, yes. Yes, I'm at page 68H.
So here we have clause 18, it's headed notices, and you see obviously there's clause 18.1, which refers to communications with the borrower made in connection with this agreement, should be made in writing, and then there's clause 18.2, which is what you're referring to in your witness statement. Now, there's nothing in 18.2, is there, that refers to requests for utilization of the facility, is there?
It is mentioned with regarding to the notice and any communication to the borrower has to be made, for which the communication details have been mentioned in 18.2a.
Yeah, what you say in your statement is, under 18.2, it is agreed that notices, including requests for payments or utilization of the credit facility, but there's no express wording there, is there, that mentions requests for payments or utilization of the credit facility?
There is no mention about the payment of utilization in this, but it understands that there is a communication for which this email address has been mentioned in this facility.
Okay, what we suggest is that actually we're dealing with here is a different purpose altogether. What we're actually dealing with is contractual notices, and what I mean by that, we can see if we look as an example at page H64, so 4 pages up.
Yes, 64.
And you'll see, by way of example, a clause 14.2. This is a section dealing with events of default. And it says there that upon the occurrence of an event of default, and at any time thereafter, the lender may, by notice in writing to the borrower, and then it sets out what that notice can be given. What I'd suggest to you is that what clause 18 is dealing with is circumstances where the contract is requiring one party to give formal notice to another party. Would you agree?
Yes, in the event of the default, there should be a notice to be given.
Yeah. What I'm suggesting is a specific type of notice that arises under the contract, and that's what clause 18 deals with. And it's not anything to do with payment instructions, is it?
Then where about mention about the payment instruction in this facility? It is clearly mentioned in the clause 18. It's for any communication. It has to be routed through the Aegis, admin.aegis.
What I'd suggest to you is that the parties knew and agreed is that payment instructions would be sent by fax. That's right, isn't it?
No, nowhere it is mentioned that it is totally with the fax. In none of the documents it is by authorized email ID, or the fax will be taken into an account when the emails are coming from other sources.
Okay, well, can you go back to clause 18.2 and we'll look at this concept of the authorized email ID. So back to page H68.
Yes.
Mr. Doherty, I think we should not have too much of asking Mr. Jatinder to interpret documents. He is
Yes,
a witness of fact.
Yes, Your Honour, I understand. This is a point arising under the contract that relates to how this operated in fact, which is where I'm going with this.
You may ask about how it operated in fact, but not about what he thinks or what you suggest to him that this document means.
Yes. But if I may be given leave, Your Honour, to ask this question, which is, if, Mr. Manoram, you look at clause 18.2b, there is a specific email address provided for UBI. It says difc.dubai@unionbankofindia.com.
Yes, that email ID has been given for any kind of communication. Yes, it is there.
Yeah. So let's assume that you're right, and that this provision does cover payment requests and utilizations. What I suggest to you is that for that have been a properly made notice, it would have to be an email sent to the authorized email address for the bank. So effectively, we have two authorized email addresses, one for Aegis and one for the bank.
Yes, one for the bank and one, it has to come from the Aegis.
Yeah. And so if it's not being sent to difc.dubai@Union Bank of India, then it's not being sent under clause 18.2. It would be the wrong address.
It's an address mentioned in the facility, if you see, but from where the sender has to come, that is clearly mentioned. If suppose the sender is sending from the admin.aegis,
yes, we're looking at it.
And if the recipient is in the operation, where the operation is handling with regarding to the transaction, and the CC is marked to the difc.dubai, so it is subsequently it gives a payment request coming from the authorized email ID.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Your Honour will stop me if this is an inappropriate question, but I don't think it is. It's not about what you think this means, but clause 18.2 says any communication or document to be made or delivered. So that has two parts, doesn't it? It's made from the authorized email address, but it also has to be delivered to the authorized email address.
Yes, that is there. It is to be delivered to the authorized email ID.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, could I ask you to skip forward in this bundle to page 180?
108. Pardon me?
180.
180.
180, 180. If you let me know when you have that.
Yes.
So this document is the email, which is the first fraudulent payment request sent to Rido PTE. And we'll come back to this again later because I have some other questions for you about it.
I'm going to that page number 180. Just yeah, I'm at the page number 180.
Yeah. So as I say, it's the first fraudulent payment request sent by email. On your case, sent from the authorized email ID, and it's being sent in respect of a transaction to Rido PTE. And don't worry, I'm going to come back to this in another context. But for now, do you agree that this email has not been sent to the email address difc.dubai@unionbankofindia.com?
Yes, it is not sent because it's only for the cases of the notices that email address is there, and whenever there is a kind of an operation, it will go to the operations.
Right, so you're saying that when it comes to the bank's authorized email address, clause 18 only deals with contractual notices, but if it deals with payment instructions, is it your case that a different standard is applying to the company?
It's if you see all the transactions which has been executed over a period of a time, it has been marked only to the operation on the operation head. So we cannot take it into an account that it has come only to the DIFC.Dubai. Then all the previous year's transaction will not be in line with what. If you see that the agreement facility has been given, in case of a notices, in case any kind of a notices has to be served, it has to be served to the respective address IDs pertaining to us.
Yeah. So, and I think it sounds like you agree with me on this, which is the clause 18 is nothing to do with the instruction of advances under the facility. It's about contractual notices.
It's in a contract where then a borrower has accepted that he will be sending from an authorized email ID. And with regarding to the payment has to go to a person who is connected with the payment department.
Well, if it's the bank's case that it is relying on clause 18, and specifically clause 18.2, it's right, isn't it, that if an email is to come from Aegis authorized email address, then it would also need to be sent to the bank's authorized email address. Otherwise, it's outside the scope of clause 18, isn't it?
That is in case of whenever there is a default and the notices has to be served. If the Aegis has to give any kind of a notice, it has to come to an authorized email ID of DIFC. In case of a transaction, there is a separately which has been already it is in place operational.head and head operations.
And I think that you almost hit the nail on the head when you said that if you go back through all of the previous transactions, you'll always see that the emails are sent to operations rather than to this difc.dubai@unionbankofindia.com. So I suggest to you that means is that in practice, the parties were treating requests for payments or requests for utilizations as being separate and distinct from the operation of clause 18 of the facility agreement.
Clause 18, if you see, it is for the communication and it is no mention about the payment details.
Okay, so you agree that clause 18 is not about payment requests?
It's about the understanding what how the communication system will be there from the borrower to the bank.
And just to confirm this, if you scroll forward 10 pages to page 190, for the sake of clarity,
Yes, I'm at page 190.
there, hopefully you can find the second fraudulent payment request email from the 10th of June 2019 in
Yes.
relation to Clamor Robotics. And again, we can see that that email has not been sent to DIFC.Dubai at Union Bank of India.
Yes,
Correct?
it is not sent. Yes, it is not sent to DIFC.
No, I suggested to you this way. If what we assumed you had originally set out in your witness statement was correct, which is that clause 18.2 governs how payment requests are to be sent, then shouldn't this in and of itself have been a big glaring red flag? Because the payment request is being sent outside the terms that were agreed in the contract under clause 18.2.
In the 18.2, it says that from where the email has to come, which has been admin.aegis, it is 100% correct. And with regarding to the payment which has been accepted with sending an email to an operational as well as an operational head for the payment request, it has been already over a period of time, it has been accepted and it has been practiced.
Well, and again, and I don't want to labour the point, but that's not, the clause 18.2 doesn't say anything about the recipient being operations at DFs at UBI. It doesn't say anything about saying it to the operations head. Clause 18 provides specific email addresses for both the company and for the bank. And it says
Yes.
that communications sent to and from those parties have to be to those addresses. So what I would suggest to you is that if you're relying on clause 18 as being relevant to payment requests, then this should have been a red flag for the bank because the payment request is being sent to the wrong address. Do you agree?
In that cases, all the transaction prior to this which has been taken place are all pertaining to operation and the operational head. So there is no, what do you call, any kind of a red flag we've been sensed by the bank. This transaction has taken place in the May 2019. Prior to 19, it was in the 2016 onwards when the transaction taken place. Even though there is a mention about the DIFC, but the email, the conditions operational as well as operational head was the accepted terms between both, and it is one put into the practice, and the same practice was being continued till the transaction which has taken place in a fraudulent one.
So I think your evidence has changed from what you say in your witness statement, because in your witness statement, you're saying that clause 18 says that the payment request come from the authorized email ID. Your evidence now appears to be that what's happening in practice was actually different to that.
It has to come from an authorized email ID. That's what it is mentioned in the witness statement. It is not mentioned that it has to come to this email ID, which is as per the 18.2.
All right, well, I'll move on because I don't think that we're going to get any more clarity on that. At paragraph 17 of your statement, you go on to say, you refer to clause 18.3. I think you might mean clause 18.6. You say that it meant that it was agreed that the defendant shall have no liability towards the claimant if it acted on an instruction sent by email or fax. But again, I'd suggest to you that that's not, even if we accept your proposition, what the provision says, is it? Because the communication has to be made or delivered, and I stress this point, under or in connection with the agreement, doesn't it? So it doesn't give you license to act on just any email. It has to be an email made under or in connection with the facility agreement.
Yeah, facility agreement is a main document. Based on that, the things has to move.
So let me put it this way. If this provision, clause 18, were to apply, it could only apply if there's an email communication or a fax, which was an instruction made under or in connection with the facility agreement. That's right, isn't it?
In case if you take by facility agreement, none of the transaction would have taken place.
That might be an answer to a question. I'm not sure that it's an answer to the question that I asked, which is that for a request to have been made under clause 18, it would have had to have been an email or a fax request that was made under or in connection with the facility agreement. So if it has nothing to do with the facility agreement, then clause 18 simply isn't relevant, is it?
Clause 18 clearly states how the email has to come, from where the authorized email ID has to come. And with regarding to the net transaction operational convenience, right from 2016 onwards, it has been accepted that it will come to the operation and the operational head.
Yes, this is a slightly different point. We've already had some questions about where it was supposed to come from. What I'm asking you is...
Mr. Doherty, if you repeat that question, I will reject it. That is a question of interpretation of the document, if not the bleeding obvious. Move on.
Yes, Your Honour, noted. Now, at paragraph 19 to 22 of your statement, you describe what you say was the normal payment process. In fact, it appears what you described, we say, as part of that process. How you describe it is that a pro forma payment request would be filled out and signed, that a copy of the invoice would be attached to that document, and those would always be sent to the defendant by email. Now, I'll have some observations about that, but first I want to go through this with you by reference to the documents that we have, and see whether you agree with me that there's actually a little more to it than that. So first, if I could ask you to look at page H113.
H112.
113.
113, yeah. 1 second.
And if you let me know when you have that.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, page 113, it's a payment request dated 23rd Jan 2019.
Yeah, so this is a pro forma payment request, a little like the one I think you're describing in general terms in your statement. So this one is for a beneficiary, Stevin Rock, on the 24th of January 2019. And you see, we can see there the purpose of the remittance is said to be payment of two invoices, so 18 sales 2064 and 2065. Do you see that?
Invoices, yeah.
About halfway down the page.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I suggest you pausing there that under this section, purpose of the remittance, what you always find there as the bank is that this would be filled out the same way. So either it would say payment invoice number, or it would say payment of freight or payment of freight invoice. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it is. It is payment invoice or payment to the freight.
Yeah. Do you agree that when Aegis sent the bank payment request, that's what it always said?
Yeah. It is for the payment invoice along with the number.
Yeah, and if it was for freight, the purpose of the remittance would be described in the terms payment of freight invoice.
Right. Yeah, We have to check that in other cases where the payment, what kind of the wording it is being used over there.
Okay. I'll put it to you, and maybe you don't know the answer to this. I suggest to you that aside from the fraudulent payment requests in this case, there are no examples of payment requests being made in this pro forma that fell outside the format.
If the document, if you are able to give me the document in which it has been for the payment request has come for this fraudulent document, then I can just overview it. What's the wording it is mentioned over there?
Okay, well, I think that's a question that I'll take to another witness because it's specifically addressed in their own evidence. But let me ask you to turn on from this document to page 115.
Yes, 115. It's a payment commercial invoice for the Steven Rock.
Yeah, so this is the commercial invoice that was connected to the earlier pro forma. So if you look on the just underneath commercial invoice on the right hand side, we can see invoice number 18 sales 2064.
Yes, it is 2064 and 2064.
When we look at the description of goods and services set out in the invoice, would you agree with me that what's apparent is that straight away we can see that this invoice is business activity falling within the scope of Aegis trade license, so we can see that it relates to the purchase of a large quantity of dolomite. Yes?
Yes, it is.
And we can also see straight away if we go on the left-hand side above the description of document of goods and services that there's reference to JSW Steel as the notified party. So that's the party who needs to be informed when the goods arrive. So again, we know straight away that this is an invoice which falls within the facility's agreed usage because it's the supply of raw materials to JSW Steel. Do you agree?
Whenever there's a case of a commercial invoice, there is definitely going to be a notifying party will be there. When it is a case of a pro forma invoice, then there is no, till the goods are procured, the notifying party will not be there.
That's not the question I asked, which is that we can see on the face of this invoice
on the face of this invoice, yeah, on the face of this invoice, the commercial, it is a commercial invoice, so JSW will be there. When there is a case of a pro forma invoice, there cannot be anywhere mention about the JSW. That I wanted to just clarify.
Do you agree that when we see the reference to JSW there, we can confirm that this is a permitted use of the facility because it's procuring goods for the supplies JSW who are manufacturing steel?
Yes, in this kind of a transaction, we can be assured that it is for the JSW.
Yeah, and we can also see, can't we, in this invoice, a number of other details that one might expect in this sort of transaction. So, for example, we can see if we look through the description of goods and services, we know that there's mode of transports by sea, origin of goods, United Arab Emirates. We've got the name of the vessel, MVTR Prince. We've got reference to bill of lading numbers that correspond to this. And we've got the descriptions of the loading ports and the discharge ports. Do you see that?
Yes, it is mentioned in the commercial invoice.
Yeah, so this is the detail one might expect. We also see, don't we, a breakdown of how the price has been calculated. So we've got certain quantities of dolomite and a unit price, and that presumably is information that can be objectively verified and checked. Yes?
Yeah, the rates are being checked by then another team, which will be looking into what is the pricing is being given. So it's not a part of my purview to check the pricing of the goods.
Yeah, and if you go over the page then to 116.
Yeah, 116.
We've got the invoice. we've got the second invoice, which is referred to on the earlier pro forma, and you can see it's actually the same information being set out in similar levels of detail again, can't we?
Yes, it is mentioned.
Yeah. Go over the page.
Turn to page
117. 117?
Yeah, it is bill of lading.
Yeah, so we've got a bill of lading for this transaction or series of transactions. And so again, we see the information that corresponds to the invoice. So we've got the weight and quantities of dolomite. Again, we can see reference there to the notify address and the notified party being JSW Steel. So again, the bill of lading is pretty clear on its face that this was a request for an advance of the facility that was in accordance with the agreed usage under the facility agreement, wasn't it?
Yes, if you see the bill of lading, it clearly gives a notifying address as a JSW. Since it has been supported by the commercial invoice and the bill of lading, definitely we see notifying party will be there. Only in cases where it is pertaining to the performer invoice or in cases of the fleet, their notifying party will not be there.
Well, I'll come to that in just a second, but it's also right, isn't it, that the fact that we have this bill of lading, and if you scroll down, you can see all of the corresponding bills of lading for this transaction going all the way down to page 123.
Yes, it is there. It is clear. This is clear. For this transaction, it is clear.
But the fact that these are being provided is in accordance with what was expressly required under the facility agreement, isn't it? Because clause 4.2c told us that the documents of title have to be provided when an advance is requested.
In that point number, it has been mentioned in case of a commercial invoice, it will be supported by so-and-so document. If it is only an invoice, then in case when we are making a payment on the base of the invoice, then there won't be any supporting document. So that mentioning is not there. So it is only ended up with the invoice, comma, bill of lading and supporting documents.
Now, on that bill of lading and in the invoice, you can see the reference to a particular vessel. So it's MVTR Prince. So if you just keep that vessel name in mind, can you look in the bundle, please, at page 102?
Yes, at 102.
Maybe you need to zoom in on some of these, in which case at the top of your screen you should see a View tab, which will let you do so.
Yeah,
But,
View tab is there. Zoom
this
out.
is, yeah, or you can zoom in. What I'm going to refer you to specifically is row 38 to 42 of this page. So this is a spreadsheet prepared by Ms. Kurazova, who's provided evidence, setting out the ways in which payment instructions were made to UBI. So if you look at row 38, what you should hopefully find is a transaction with the same date as the one we've been looking at, so 24th of January 2019 with Steven Rock, and the vessel is MVTR Prince, and we've got the amounts of the transaction. And what this document tells us is that that payment request was sent by email. Do you see that from admin to UBI?
Yes, it is small. I am able to see, but not really. Okay. Yeah, it will be there.
And then in column J, we can see that it's been faxed. In column J, we can see it's been faxed as well, correct?
Column J. Column J, yeah, it is faxed. Yeah, details pertaining to the fax one.
Yeah, and column K, we can see that this transaction, a telephone call was made to the bank to confirm the transaction. That's right, isn't it?
Calls made as per the bills. Okay. Yeah, it has been clearly, it is mentioned from the claimant side what the calls has been made to the bank.
Yeah,
But
and we can see that the original documents for this transaction were also provided to the bank.
In this also, if you see in the column number K, there are the columns where the call was made as per the bill. In some point numbers, there is no calls being made.
Yes, and the court's heard evidence on that already. What I'm asking you about is this transaction, and for you to confirm that it appears as though the instruction has been sent by fax. We've had an email, we've had a phone call made confirming it, and the original documents have been provided. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what mentioned by the claimant side, stating that there's a fax, there's a call, and original documents provided.
Yeah. And we can see as we look down column I, for example, that it's not the case, is it, that all transactions are simply sent from Mr. Agarwal's email address?
Yeah, as for the Excel sheet presented by the Kinga, it's mentioned that the many of the transactions are not sent by admin ID. Few transactions.
Yeah. But so, for example, if we look in I, we can see a number of different entries in which no email appears to have been sent at all.
The bank can provide us what kind of any transaction from which email ID has been sent. We can update this Excel in case if it is required. No, not a single transaction might have been executed without an email or the fax or either from the fax. So it is missing in their database.
And
why?
If we in fact look at
one second. The transaction pertaining to the number 2, which is pertaining to the Stephen Rock, if there is no email ID has been mentioned, then how the transaction got executed? That's what we wanted to look into. So, transaction serial number 2.
now where those entries under email are blank, of course, if there was to be an email instructing the transaction, it would have been sent from the company to the bank, so the bank would have its own copy of that email, wouldn't it?
Yeah, bank would have definitely. All this transaction, there would be an email for which we can support it.
Yeah. So if the bank had disagreed with Ms. Kuritsova that some of the entries that she had left blank had in fact been sent by email, the bank could have provided that information, couldn't it?
It should have been provided by the operational head, I believe.
Okay. But that hasn't been provided in these proceedings, has it?
Oh, but we have to check it with an operational person who has taken care of these transactions.
Okay. What we can see in this page 102 is that with one exception, which is at the very top where we can see fax error, it's right, isn't it, that all of these transactions are being faxed to UBI?
It is mentioned fax to UBI, and with regarding to whether the fax document is being collected by the operational head prior to the transaction, it will be the statement will be given by him.
And even as we look through this entire document, what I suggest to you we can see is that there has never been a transaction that has been affected by email only. Either there's a fax or a phone call with an email, or a fax and a phone call without an email. But it's never affected based on just an email, is it?
If you see the transactions, all the transactions, most of the transactions are mailed by email only. faxed is a supporting document which will be taken by then a bank when it is required. And the cases where there is no mention about the email from email ID, that cases has to be looked into why it is still, why we have not responded by our operation.
Well, just pause there for a second, because this table certainly does not show, does it, that most of the transactions are made by email only. In fact, what it shows is that most of the transactions are faxed. Often they are sent by email, but always they are sent by more than one form of communication. So if there's a fax, we can expect there to be either a telephone call or an email to go with it. That's right, isn't it?
When we receive an email from the admin ID, directly it is being accepted without checking into the fax details, because the fax is connected to a different telephone connection, where many times the telephone connections gets engaged, so the communication may not be correct. So the printout, if the toner is not there in the fax machine, the printout will not come. So the first and foremost for the payment, execution of the payment will be from the email. And in case the email is not there, then it will be followed by the fax. So the statement given by Kinga is okay. We can say that she had followed the system, email, fax, and call. But the bank has followed the procedures, which has been what we conveyed.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way and see if you agree with me. It's right, isn't it, that the very first time that a transaction has been sent and processed by email only was the first fraudulent payment request?
First is the transaction has come, the request has come from an authorized email ID. And the fax,
right,
there was no fax. Pardon me?
That transaction is, that fraudulent payment request was the first, and at that time, the only transaction that has ever been requested by email only. Do you agree?
Even prior to that also, there may be a request, which there may be only a request through email. If you see the number of the transaction where there is no fax, that means the transaction is processed only on the basis of the email.
Well, I think you and I will have to disagree there, because there is not any entry on this table that suggests that.
If you see the some of the transactions,
in fact,
the original documents received by the bank, okay, in that cases, in many of the cases it is, if you see the transaction pertaining to serial number 30 and 31
well, we can look
and
at
32.
The very, can't we? So we can see. Yes, those are documents which were faxed, not emailed, and that there was a phone call made and the originals were provided. Correct? So there's no email record there at all.
In this case, there is no email. So only our operational guy can give a clarity of whether there is an email received on this.
Right, but that's making entirely the opposite point which you're making. What you're saying is that emails only would be affected, but that's not the case, is it?
Yeah, the statement given by the Kinga gives a picture where the bank has done a transaction based on the facts.
Yeah. Well, I think you and I agree about that. Can I ask you to look at Bundle E, the chronological documents, and it's tab 2 of that bundle.
Tab 2. It starts from page E to 297.
Yeah, so I'm looking at page E525. Which is page 229 of 295 within that cluster of documents.
525. Just a minute, please.
Can you help me with the E number, please?
E525.
Thank you very much.
And if you can let me know when you've got that, Mr. Manaram, I'd be very grateful.
Yes, I'm just going through that. Yes, I'm on that page 525.
Yeah. So I suggest to you that there's one very obvious reason why an email would not be sufficient to give effect to certain requests. And the reason for that is we can see this is an email with a number of attachments. So we can see ARD payout. We can see Sam Wolf, the invoice, and then we can see the bill of lading that's attached to this. So two of those documents are PDFs, and one of them is a Word document. And the Word document here is the pro forma payment request. So that document could not have been a signed document, could it?
It is a signed and a scanned document. The document, if you see.
Well, it's not a signed and scanned document, is it? Because it's a Word document. It's not a PDF.
Okay, then what the page E526 states about, whether that is a document?
Yes, that is a document which is, one assumes from the bank's records, which is either a fax copy or it's a original document that was provided to the bank, because we can see the hole punches, we can see the markup, and we can tell that it's not a Word document. So what I'm suggesting to you is that when we look at 525, the bank would not have been able to process this email payment request because it couldn't have been signed by Mr. Agarwal.
In this case, we have to check, as you said, that the document is in a Word document. So this transaction, it is processed, then it may be in a document where we have received an original document at the counter. For processing this transaction, we might have received an original document. Yeah, please.
Yeah, the bank wouldn't process a transaction, would it, if it hadn't been signed?
Yeah, they would have not processed it.
Yeah, and if you could go forwards to page E543, just a little bit forward from where you are now.
Yes.
We can see the same thing again.
Yeah. In this case
also,
context, yeah, as I said,
before, we've got the pro forma payment sent by Microsoft Word. Yeah, so it's not a signed document here either, is it?
Yeah, here also the bank might have received an original document for processing this transaction.
Yeah. What these emails also suggest to us, don't they, is that the copies of the original documents in PDF form, so the invoice and the bill of lading, are being provided along with these payment requests, aren't they?
Payment request might have come in a form of a hard copy for this.
Or a fax.
Or it may be fax also.
Looking at that, yeah. So coming back to what it is you say in your witness statement, particularly in paragraph 19, I'd suggest to you that what you're setting out is only part of the picture of what the payment process was. And so if we look at 19A, You say the claimant submitted payment request form signed by this authorized signatory.
Page 105.
Yeah. So this is an invoice from Avani Resources, and you can see as you look down this in the description of services, it relates to the purchase of coal in bulk. It's for any ports in India. The origin is Russia. We've got the certified weight. We've got the price and the unit price. And then if we go up to the top part of the invoice, we have things that we have already seen set out on the Steven Rock invoice. So things like the name of the vessel, we've got the port of loading, we've got the port of discharge. In this one, we've got references to contracts. And then at the top left-hand portion of the page, we can see contact details for Avani Resources. Do you see all that?
Yes, it is there in this this kind of invoice. It is pertaining to July 2018.
Yeah. What I would suggest to you is that although this document may superficially look different in branding to the one that was provided by Steven Rock, what we find is that it's setting out pretty much the same information one would expect. So we've got what are the goods, where are they going, what are the bill of lading details. Yes?
Yes, in this case it is there.
Yeah. And what we can also tell straight away is that this is most likely an invoice which falls within the scope of the utilization of the credit facility. Yes?
Yes, that is the reason it is processed.
And if you go over the page, we have the corresponding bill of lading,
Page
106,
number.
106, so the next page.
Okay, 106, which is about the bill of lading of this transaction.
Yeah, so it's the bill of lading with this transaction, and it refers to JSW Steel
Yes,
as the notify address. So again, that tells us very clearly that this transaction is within the scope of the facility.
it is because it is supported by the commercial invoice, supported by the BL. When it is a case of an only performer invoice, there is no BL copy. It is.
Yeah. Can we then go to page 124?
124. Yes, please. Yeah, 124. It's in a payment for freight charges.
Yeah. So this is a pro forma payment request. We can see the purpose of the remittance, do you agree, is in the standard form that I've already discussed with you, which is it says payment of freight invoice. Do you see that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And just before I go on to the next page, if you look at the very top of this document, we can see that this is a document sent by fax, correct?
Yeah, it is sent by fax and transaction pertaining to the fax.
So, yeah, if you go over the page, we can see the corresponding invoice. So this is a freight invoice, which is a point we've raised already. For Propel shipping,
Yes.
and we can see that then it's page H125. It gives us details of what the goods are, limestone, which is we know is used in the manufacture of steel, and that it's being shipped to India. So we can see this is another invoice which corresponds to the agreed utilization of the facility, correct?
Yeah, utilization of facility. I'm just going through whether the freight, when it is a payment to be made for the freight charges, where is the mention about the limestones and all?
So if
Yeah,
you
it
look
is.
at
It is.
particulars, it's the freight invoice.
Yes, it is. It is there.
Yeah, vessel name, MV, Barcelona,
Yeah,
blue
it is
port,
mentioned.
discharge port, cargo, limestone, quantity, yeah, rate,
It is
bill of
mentioned
lading
in it.
number. So all of that same information. Yeah. So I suggest you that all of the same information we've already seen in the Steven Rock invoice and in the Avani invoice, we have again in this invoice with a different beneficiary. And although it may superficially look different, what I'd suggest to you is that it contains broadly exactly the same information one would expect. Do you agree?
Yeah, because this type of a transaction is pertaining to the commercial invoice transaction supported by all documents.
And something you said earlier was that bill of lading wouldn't be attached to a freight invoice, it was only when it was cargo. But if you go over the page to H126,
H126. H126.
yeah, here we have the bill of lading for the same goods on the same vessel. And again, that will tell us, won't it, that JSW was the notify address. Do you agree?
Yeah, this is a commercial pertaining to a commercial invoice supported by the BL copy.
Do you agree that even when the pro forma says it's payment for a freight invoice, the bank would have expected that the bill of lading is sent?
Along with the freight invoice, the BL copies was not supported.
Well, in this case, we can see that the bill of lading is here.
Bill of lading. Yeah, just the BL copy is
Yeah,
pertaining.
it's a fairly straightforward question. Is this invoice and the bill of lading were provided to UBI? Do you agree?
Yeah, it may be because it is being looked after by the operational head before making the payment. He might have seen whether this copy is there.
Yeah. Okay, forward again, page H148.
Yeah, H148.
Yeah, you got that? So this is another pro forma, set out purpose of remittance, payment of invoice number. So following that standard format I'd suggested to you earlier, we can see from this pro forma that the beneficiary is located in Oman. See one of the countries listed in the account opening form. Do you agree? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So this is Majan Mining. If we go to page 1, we can find the invoice that corresponds to that payment request.
Yeah, commercial invoice is there.
And again, although it's superficially different, we can see, I'd suggest to you, all of the same information we had before. So we've got the name of the vessel, we've got the port it's coming from, the port it's going to, the bill of lading number and date, and we've got details of the quantities and unit price for what's being provided. So in this case, line. And if we go over the page to 152, we find out that it also sets out the contact details of the beneficiary. So again, I suggest to you that this invoice, although it, as I said, looks superficially different, otherwise setting out almost exactly the same information we've seen now from 3 different beneficiaries.
Yeah, since here also this Ajman mining case is also pertaining to the commercial invoice, So commercial invoice is not a transaction where based on the purchase contract. So whenever the Aegis is doing a
finally on that,
yeah, please.
if you look at page 153,
153 pertaining to a copy of a BL.
yeah, so we've got the bill of lading again that refers to JSW Steel. So again, we can satisfy ourselves that this is within the use of the facility.
Yes, it is true because it is a transaction pertaining to the commercial invoice supported by the BL. So the transactions are moving to JSW.
Yeah. And then now, what I hope can be the last one, so we've been through a number of these already. 157.
Yeah, I'm at 157.
Yeah, freight invoice for Oldendorf carriers. And I'll just put it to you in, you can read it if you wish, the same terms as all the other invoices we've looked at. So we've got the load, we've got discharge ports, we've got references to bill of lading numbers, we've got contact details, we've got names of the vessel. So I suggest to you that once again we have an invoice which looks pretty much the same as all of the other beneficiaries that Aegis are dealing with. Do you agree?
Yeah, this is related to a transaction pertaining to the freight payment. So it will, but it contains the details what you have mentioned.
Yeah, and if you finally then go to page 159, we can see that the corresponding bill of lading referring to JSW Steel as the notify address is included along with this invoice. Do you agree?
Yes, because it is pertaining to the Steven Rock and Steven Rock supported by the commercial invoice transaction. So as and when there is a case of a commercial invoice transaction, we have the BL copy.
So let me put it to you this way. The invoices and the transactions we've looked at reflect what was the entirety of Aegis business, which it had been conducting with the bank for 2 years. Do you agree?
Yes, yes, I should. Thank you.
Yeah. All of these invoices pertained to activities that Aegis was licensed to carry out. Yes?
All this license, all these transactions, including the transaction which we have done also, which is the transaction of a question given by.
All of these requests for advances of the facility were made in accordance with the permitted use of the facility. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, including the transaction of question also is a part of as per the facility agreement.
We can see specifically that the transactions involved JSW Steel and the supply to JSW Steel of goods for the manufacturing of steel, correct?
Whenever the goods have been purchased on the basis of the commercial invoice, it's clearly mentioned about the JSW. Suppose in case where there is going to be a procurement of future goods, so in that cases there will be no BL copy and there won't be any commercial invoice mentioning the name of the JSW. As the case was there for
prior to the fraudulent payment requests, there are no other transactions which match the description you've just given, are there? They were all for specific goods that were being shipped specifically to JSW, weren't they? That was the only business that Aegis carried out.
you see the cases of the prior to this transaction, yeah, JSW, and it will be for the freight charges where there is no clear documentary proof that it is going to the JSW shipment payments.
There is no evidence provided by the bank that suggests that the transactions came in any different format to the ones I've already taken you to, is there?
That the clear payment one can be given by an operational head also, if it is.
I'm sorry, I think that might be an answer to the question, but as I say, it's not what I asked. The bank hasn't provided, prior to the fraudulent payment request, any examples of invoices or transactions undertaken by Aegis that did not follow the same format of each and every transaction that we've looked at just now.
Bank, with regarding to the payment to the freight, we have provided some transaction making the payment to the freight, which is not supported by the originally the BL copy. It is supported by the BL copy for an other commercial transaction.
Well, I've just shown you two freight invoices, one for Waldendorf carriers and one for, bear with me, Propel shipping. And both of those attach the bills of lading, which I've taken you to already. So what you've said now is not correct, is it?
It does not follow at all, Mr. Doherty.
That
Mr.
transaction
says, as I understand it, there are examples of a freight invoice without an accompanying bill of lading. The fact that you've pointed to two that did have an accompanying bill of lading is a different matter. I think there's a danger of not being entirely fair to the witness, so please avoid the danger.
Yes, Your Honour. I take your Well, perhaps I'll just leave it at putting this point as it is. I'll suggest to you that every transaction that Aegis Resources undertook or requested in advance of the facility for included bills of lading. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
Yeah, earlier transaction including BL was there. This kind of a transaction we can expect.
Okay, so I think you agree with me. I'll suggest to you that the first time we find that there's a transaction supported by an invoice only is on the 30th of May 2019 when the fraudulent payment request is sent.
Yeah, it came from the registered email ID for a payment for an invoice not supported by the BL copy, since they have to procure the goods for the shipment of JSW. So the BL and all will be subsequently followed after post payment of this transaction.
Yes, except that this wasn't an authorized transaction, was it?
Yeah, it's an authorized transaction. The reason is that this is an authorized transaction to make the payment to a company for the procurement of the goods. So it's followed by, it will be a BL and commercial invoice, which would be coming in the later part to make the payment along with the cargo.
Sure. Well, perhaps I can put it this way. It may well be that there were customers of the bank who transacted in that way, but Aegis was not one of them, because up until this point, I suggest to you that each request for an advance sent by Aegis was sent in exactly the same way and was for exactly the same purpose.
Yeah, it was, because we had a transactions where we used to do pertaining to invoice financing without the supporting document of the BL and the commercial, which was being subsequently provided by the customers.
Yes, by customers, but not by this customer. You obviously have, as a bank, will have had your own experience of dealing with this particular customer.
Mr. Doherty, I think there's becoming a narrative rather than a question.
Certainly, I'll move on. At paragraph 27 of your statement, you suggest that both the operations team and the compliance team would, the word you use is analyze the payment requests. And Mr. Shi says something similar in his evidence. And what he adds is that the bank verifies the authenticity of a payment request by examining the accompanying payment request form and copies of the commercial invoices. Do you agree with him about that?
Yeah, for the making the payment commercial invoice, or it may be even the performer invoice also.
And I'll just ask you to look at a couple of other observations that Mr. Shi makes. If you look at Bundle C, page 74.
Bundle C, page 74. That is for the Bundle C pertaining to...
Mr. Doherty, would it not be better to just put your proposition?
Yes.
Hearing a witness to another.
What I'll suggest is, yes, thank you, Your Honour, I'm grateful. In paragraph 23, what he says is that the bank determines whether a payment request is made in compliance with the terms and conditions of the facility which is being provided to the claimant by verifying the purpose of the transaction, the beneficiary, and the country the beneficiary is incorporated in. Do you agree with Mr. Shi about that?
Yeah, she will be the right person to answer for that.
Paragraph 27, he also says that the defendant makes a comparison between the prices of goods or services mentioned in the commercial invoice with information that's in the public domain. Would you agree with that observation?
Yeah, he undertakes that kind of a compliance part.
Yeah. And at 28, he says the bills of lading would be checked to see if the vessel is sanctioned or under regulatory prohibitions, and that the bill of lading is tracked on the shipping line's website. So would you agree that's part of the payment process and the due diligence process?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So it isn't simply the case that the bank can check that a payment request has come from an authorized email address and then just process it without applying any further scrutiny. So otherwise, there's no point in these reviews taking place.
Further scrutiny has been done by the various, like an operational head, operational assistant, compliances, before putting into the final payment.
Yeah. So the bank doesn't just get the email, check that it's come from what it thinks is the authorized email address, and then process it without putting any further thought in.
After putting into all these checkpoints, then the process, the transaction payment takes place.
Yeah, after those checks. So if during those checks something was spotted that was suspicious or called for clarification, the bank would then flag that to its customer, wouldn't it? I think you suggest that's the case in paragraph 29 of your statement.
Yes, it will be put to the notice of the customer, or there will be definitely a follow-up mail from the bank, or follow-up call will be there.
Yeah. So, for example, if a document was missing from a payment request, the bank presumably would flag that sort of thing to the customer.
If the document is missing, then the payment request will not be processed. In this case, the payment request will be processed because it is an advance payment for the mining operation.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to give that some context, can you look at page 285? It says E, the chronological documents, tab 1, and then it's at the very end.
Which one?
Tab
E,
1.
tab 1, okay.
E tab 1, 285, which is almost at the very bottom.
E 285.
Yeah. The document number you'll see is on the left-hand side because the document's been adjusted into the correct format. It was a landscape document.
285.
It is also, yeah, 285.
Yeah, 285 is an email ID sent by Prasenjit.
Yeah, so it says, Dear Sir, this is about a payment to Oldendorf is the title. We require the invoice of the goods that were shipped on the MV Jagropa. Also let us know the source of the payment and the goods shipped on this ship. We shall be able to process your request after receipt of the required information. So this tells us two things, doesn't it? It tells us that the bank expected to receive and scrutinize what was in the invoice and what the transaction was for, right?
Yeah, in case this kind of a transaction, the invoice request is there. Whenever there is a payment of an advance payment, the invoice will come later on.
I don't think you've ever said that in your evidence that this would come later on. I think that's the first time. I think what you've actually said in your witness statement is that the commercial invoice will be provided.
Yeah, commercial invoice will be provided upfront. In case of pro forma invoice, it will come later on.
Right. What this email also tells us, doesn't it, is that payment will be put on hold if this information which is missing or until that information is being provided.
Yeah, it is. It is. It understands that the payment will not be processed since it is a case of a commercial invoice payment, and it should be supported by the invoice copy.
Yeah, and it's also correct, isn't it? The bank's review would not have been limited to just looking at the invoices, but it would also look at the bill of lading and what's set out in that document sent in support of the payment request, wouldn't it?
In cases there will be a BL will be there. In some cases there may be a case where the BL will not be a supporting document. So the bank can expect that kind of a transaction may take place.
What I'm suggesting is that the bank will actually look at the bill of lading when it's provided, and if there was something remiss or off with it, they'd inspect it and they would get back to the customer. Do you agree?
Yeah, bill of lading is a document when the payment is made and it is for the commercial invoice transaction.
Yeah. So if you could go back to bundle H, the core bundle, and look at page H136.
Core bundle under E.
Core bundle H, tab number 2.
1 second. Tab number 2. Page
136.
Yeah, and page at 126.
Yeah. There's another email, Mr. Trivedi. Dear Sir, in bill of lading attached, nowhere is the name of K-Line, who's the client. K-Line Shipping is mentioned. Can you please clarify? So this suggests that UBI, when it receives a payment request, aren't just looking at the invoice, but they're also looking at the details that are set out in the bill of lading, and those are given a substantive review, correct?
Yeah, it will be a part of a due diligence which undertaken by the compliance team.
And then beyond looking at the documents themselves, we've already looked earlier at some of the provisions in the contracts regarding the provision of Dun & Bradstreet reports. And your evidence on this, paragraph 20 of your second witness statement, is that you say that was never a condition precedent to making a payment and it wouldn't stop it from being processed. For example, I can ask you to look at page Bundle E, tab 1.
Bundle E,
page,
tab 1.
Yeah, page 286. So again, this is right at the bottom of that tab 1.
286. Yeah, I'm at the page 286.
Yeah. Another email. Dear Sir, please provide us with the DNB reports of Stevenrock and Oldendorf carriers so that the TR requests can be processed.
1 second.
So,
1 second, please. In page 286. Yeah. That's an email sent out by our compliance team way back in 2018.
yeah. And what it's saying is, please provide the DNB report so that the TR requests can be processed.
Yes, the mail has been sent by the compliance team.
Yeah, and it's being sent before the transaction has been effected, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And then if you scroll forward to 290, just 4 pages on from there. Another email, Mr. Shi, in reference to the subject payment, we couldn't find any information in the beneficiary on public domain. Also, no DNB report, credit report of the beneficiary is required for any invoice payment above $100,000. You requested to provide us with the same as they are required for compliance with regulations. This will enable us to process your payment. So again, this email is being sent by the bank to Aegis before the payment has been processed, correct?
Yeah, in this case, it is correct.
And then finally, if you go to just the very next tab right at the beginning, so tab 2 on the chronological documents bundle.
Tab 2, page number
303.
303.
So this is another email chain starting with Priyanka's suggestion at the bottom of the page. Dear ma'am, we are making the payment today. Kindly arrange to send us the DNB report ASAP. Response, thank you for the email. Please note we will provide the DNB report in due course. So again, I suggested that email is telling us that the email asking for the DNB report is being sent before the payment has been processed. Do you agree?
Yeah, in this case, we can say definitely because it's the email sent by the bank for sending the email DNB report for processing.
Yeah, and Mr. Agarwal has given evidence that the process that had been adopted by the bank is that a DNB report would sometimes be requested and that the company would be expected to provide an undertaking that one would be given in due course. So that seems to be consistent with this chain of emails, doesn't it? Because the response to that is we will provide the DNB report in due course. Do you agree with that?
In cases where the DNB is not provided, there may be a confirmation from the company, or in some cases where the processing has been taken place by putting an email to the customer stating that they have to provide the DNB report.
Okay. Your Honour, the final set of questions I have is about the fraudulent payment request. It might be that the best thing to do would be to pick that up first thing tomorrow because it's a distinct.
Yeah. One moment, Mr. Jitendra. I was going to say that I think we need to take stock of timing at this point. How much longer do you expect to be?
For me,
I have a series of questions that look longer than they are. It's principally about it's about, well, really the 3 documents. It's just looking at the fraudulent payment requests. I think it could take 30 minutes or more though. So it probably, I think, would be best if we pick that up in the morning. I'm conscious of the time for Mr. Manoram and also for you, Your Honour.
Mr. Duckworth, your best guess at re-examination time? I'm sorry, Mr. Duckworth, I did not hear if you did reply.
I'm sorry, I had myself on mute. I think 15 to 20 maximum.
I think with the experience of Council's estimates, we will not continue tonight.
I could not.
We'll resume in the morning.
Yes, Your Honour.
Yes, all right then. Nothing to deal with before we part?
I don't think so, Your Honour. I note that we, in the initial timetable, thought we might get to the end of Mr. Manaram's evidence today. Obviously, we've had some technological setbacks. I think probably there will be the opportunity to make up some time tomorrow because effectively there are two of the factual witnesses who deal with a lot of the evidence, and then a lot of the other witnesses are a bit shorter. So I would hopefully be able to get through them at a quicker rate and hopefully be on track.
We will see. But Mr. Duckworth, could you please make sure that you're instructing solicitors check out the arrangements for access of the future witnesses to documents so that we don't have the same sort of...
Yes, I've sent copious messages and will continue to do so. We may meet remotely in order to try and gain that point. Your Honour, one other thing that may assist, I think has already been ventilated today, namely that the breaking down of bundle E into so many different sections is quite confusing for all of us. And I mean, I'm all right because I've got a separate copy on screen of the whole combined document. But if Mr. Neighbour could possibly amalgamate those into one, that would make our lives easier.
Yes, that it may do so. Well, I will leave that to you. We all know the problem, and some way of making life easier, if it can be devised, would be good. All right then, we'll adjourn until tomorrow, 10:30 Dubai time again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honour.